Hristos a înviat, stimată audiență.
Hello, Christ has risen, dear audience, online and offline. I'm Mr. Kocher, and I'm happy to greet you again for the third time to the most interesting forum, Moldova Electronics Forum, the third edition. We would like to congratulate the organizers, and I'm happy to see that we have this tradition to meet in May here at TechWell to understand what has been happening in the electronics industry, and we see this in the discussions of the development partners, in the discussions of the decision makers. This year, the context is a different one, and we are quite optimistic. And in December last year, the Republic of Moldova received the green light to open the negotiations to become an EU member state. And this is why we are optimistic for the idea to integrate the electronics industry in the value chain of the EU. Also, the sector is promising. We have growing companies. 13,500 employees are working in this field. And what's most important, 6 educational institutions are helping the development of the sector, inclusively in the dual education sector. Now we have local and international players, decision makers, and we are happy to see this because we will have diverse discussions and diverse sectors present. Assembly of buses and trolleybuses, solutions for the transmission of data remotely, and other innovating solutions. I don't want to tell you too much about this because we will discuss about them in the panel. I would like to encourage dialogue, to be open, to ask questions, and for the first time I would like to announce that our forum will have an interesting panel on human resources and the development of talents in the electronics sector. I will end here and wish us all a productive day, and let's start with a round of applause. As usually, I would like to thank you. We have an opening panel from officials, and we have a video message from the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Dorin Recean. Let's listen to the message.
Eveniment dedicat unui domeniu strategic pentru Republica Moldova. Potențialul nostru în acest sector este imens. Avem competențele necesare și suntem pregătiți să investim continuu în educația și dezvoltarea domeniului pentru a valorifica toate oportunitățile pe care le oferă. Deja ne putem mândri cu succese concrete în diverse domenii, cum ar fi mobilitatea electrică, contoarele inteligente și ingineria sistemelor incorporate. Aceste realizări sunt doar începutul, iar viitorul se arată optimist. Ne integrăm în lanțurile valorice globale din industria electronică. În acest scop, am deschis IT Parcul, inclusiv pentru activitățile de cercetare și dezvoltare, creând un mediu favorabil pentru inovație și colaborare internațională. Integrarea țării noastre în Uniunea Europeană aduce beneficii semnificative sectorului electronic, facilitând accesul la noi piețe, tehnologii avansate și parteneriate valoroase. Suntem convinși că apropierea de standardele europene va impulsiona dezvoltarea industriei noastre și va aduce investiții importante în acest sector. Felicit asociația pentru cei 5 ani de activitate, pentru eforturile și dedicarea care contribuie la dezvoltarea sectorului electronic în Moldova și la poziționarea noastră pe harta mondială a inovației tehnologice. Vă doresc succes în cadrul acestui forum și aștept cu nerăbdare să urmărim împreună cum crește și evoluează acest sector vital pentru economia noastră. Vă mulțumesc!
Thank you. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Viorel Garaz, State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization, for a welcoming remark. Mr. Garaz, you have the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor of being here in front of you, in front of those who are really changing the face of the Republic of Moldova. This is because we used to think that the Republic of Moldova is an agricultural country. It still has this characteristic, this component of the economy, but we are happy to see that the Republic of Moldova is taking fast steps to develop a new industry, that of the electronics. And as mentioned by the Prime Minister, this is a strategic branch of the economy for the Republic of Moldova, and not just in terms of words. And we will discuss more on this during the day. We will discuss on how this support for the development of the industry is offered in practical ways. And I'm happy to see that in the past year we have managed to learn more about the opportunities for this industry and to create elements that will give fruit in the near future. We wish you success, and as Mr. Corneliu said, let's have a productive day. Thank you, Mr. State Secretary. Now we would like to invite Madam Marina Morozova, Member of Parliament, Deputy Head of Social Protection, Health and Family Commission. Madam Morozova. Good morning, dear colleagues, partners. I'm happy to be here with you for this important event and to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Association of Companies in the Electronics area in Moldova. So we've had 5 years of progress, of challenges, and of success. It seems that yesterday we signed the documents for the establishment of ACEM together with other founding members, and after this time I'm happy to say that the association has a good name on the internal and international market. And since this is an anniversary, I would like to give a round of applause for the founding members who have contributed so that the Association of Electronics Companies in Moldova start its activity. Stein Electronic Eliri, Simples, Black Sea EMS, AFN, the Technical University of Moldova, and Aerob Software. Dear colleagues, I'm really happy that we jointly have contributed to this important sector. Yes, ACEM wouldn't have been here without faithful partners who have been next to us from the beginning. And I'm happy to see that we've started from this idea with the International Agency for Cooperation from Germany, who have been close to us every stage, and we are happy to see the successes that we've achieved so far. And I would like to greet all members and all companies that have joined this team, and I'm happy that I'm sure that together we will be able to develop this sector in the Republic of Moldova. I'm happy to see that the number of companies in the area of electronics is growing, and your contribution is very important for the development of the sector. Promotion of innovation, attracting investments, and increasing the presence on the local market. Globally, this industry is actively developing, and it is up to us to explore these opportunities. We have gifted young people, we have people looking for a job, and the electronics sector is the one that can offer both professional training and well-paid jobs. Looking towards the future, I wish you to continue extending your partnership network to attract investments and to promote the electronics industry from Moldova at the global level. Good luck to remain a pillar of the economic development. And in the end, dear partners, dear colleagues, I would like to remind you something that I mentioned 5 years ago. Let's all contribute so that we have more and more women in this sector. And it's up to the technical university. For myself, I am ready to help to attract as many women as possible in this great sector. Thank you very much. I wish you a good event and happy anniversary to ACEM. Madam Morozova, thank you for this emotional speech and for the institutional memory that you are sharing here. Now we'd like to invite Guido Beltrani, Manager for Cooperation, Swiss Cooperation Office from SDC. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners, I'm happy to be here together with you at the third edition of the Moldova Electronics Forum. Such initiatives are strengthening the collaboration relationships between the actors in this industry, between the state institutions and the academia. And also they enhance the visibility of the electronics industry, which is, as we've heard, an important sector for the economic development of the Republic of Moldova. I would like to congratulate the agents Invest Moldova and the Association of the Electronic Industry for organizing this event that is a great platform for stimulating new projects and for the development of the industry. I've had the opportunity to take part last year to the second edition of the forum, and I was impressed of the richness and the variety of this industry in the Republic of Moldova. I also visited together with the Prime Minister Bejan and other partners a lab from the Technical University that offers young talents and researchers the possibility to learn how to develop and create prototypes of microchips. As we all know, the geopolitical tensions and the situation on the global markets are enhancing the strategic importance of microchips, of the industry of semiconductors, and of the electronics industry in general. They also enhance the importance of the so-called nearshoring, which is reducing the geographical distances in value chains. These trends are an opportunity for the Moldovan industry, which has a long industry in manufacturing electronics equipment and components. This is because they can help integrate Moldovan products in European value chains. The Moldovan companies can use qualified labor market, the efficiency of cost, and cultural alignment when collaborating with Moldovan partners. We are also hopeful that the free exchange agreement between Moldova and EFTA, where Switzerland is one of the 4 members, will lead to an increase of bilateral trade and investments in our country. Switzerland is proud for having been a trusted partner for the electronics industry in Moldova on its journey. In a project co-financed by Germany, we have supported the creation and the development of the Association of Electronics Companies. We have promoted the research and development activities and activities for engineering in the IT park in Moldova. We also supported the electronics industry, inclusively the high technology sector, as part of the international and national events, and we have contributed to strengthening the vocational dual education system. The first embedded hackathon that will start today also contributes to the development of young talents for the electronics industry. Today's forum is a space where we will learn about the successes of Moldovan companies in the electronics industry, and we will have an exchange of experience and good practices. This event promotes the image of an attractive and competitive Moldova. I can guarantee that in this development journey, you can count on the partnership with Switzerland. Thank you. Mr. Guido, thank you for your constant support, the support of Switzerland, and for the Romanian language that you are promoting here. I think we should appreciate this. We would like to remind which are the partners. We have the support of the Association of Electronics Companies in Moldova, of the Agency for Investment, with the support of the Enterprise and Communes, financed by the German Ministry for Development and the government of Switzerland. Now we would like to invite Mr. Vitalie Eșanu as the president of ACEM to have a welcoming remark. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the governmental bodies, Madam Morozova from the parliament, the guests that we have, the organizers and the members of ACEM, for being present here with us today. We are at the third edition of the forum, and we hope that such forums will be organized in the future also. I remember that for 5 years, or 5 years ago, as Madame Morozova said, we founded this association. And we can say that in these 5 years, we have achieved quite a lot. And with the support of the government, with the input of our association in the council, under the customs, in the competition council, in the council under the prime minister, we have promoted many things. And Madam Maevski will tell us more about the activity of ACEM throughout the time. And I would like to mention that I'm from a generation that studied during Soviet times, and during the Soviet Union, Moldova, as electronics producer, was the second country in the Union. Our educational system was quite well developed in the technological area, and all educational institutions were preserved, despite the fact that the electronics industry was completely destroyed in the 90s. We no longer have the factories. On one side, this is a drawback, but sometimes it's better to demolish a house and to build a new one. What we are doing now in the area of electronics is having new ideas, new investments, new managers. And I'm really happy to see that I, as president of the association, we have started from 7 founding companies, and now we have more than 30 members. The number will be even higher. Through this forum, we are promoting electronics, and this is a call for the youth to be involved in this area. And I always say that if we didn't have electronics, we didn't have IT technologies, because they are all based on electronics. I hope that you will be with us for these 2 days, and we'll have an exchange of experience, and we will have good networking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Eșanu, for your contribution by founding the association and to develop the sector. And the next guest is Natalia Bejan, the General Director of Invest Moldova Agency, one of the organizers of today's event. Let's applaud her. Dear colleagues, partners, hello. It was mentioned several times how important youth are in the electronics sector, but I would like to say that this sector is flourishing thanks to legends such as you, Mr. Eșanu. Yes, we need to catch up with you because you have so many ideas and projects. And I'm happy to see that your discourse or speech was so positive, because usually when we discuss, we are asking, when will this happening? I still have this idea. Thanks to this, the companies in this area, we can say that the citizens in the more than 170 cities in the whole world are using public transportations that is using electronics from Moldova. Electronics is the #1 product exported by the Republic of Moldova. Despite the fact that last year our exports did not increase, on the contrary, the electronics have increased the most by 17.9%. We do have a lot of talent in electronics, so we are very strong in this area. In the past 10 years, the number of people working in this sector has doubled, and the volume for export has increased by 2.7 times. This is not just figures, and we are not discussing about millions of companies. We are discussing about more than 200 companies in the Republic of Moldova, and a few dozen companies that are very active. You have all the support of our agency and our involvement, because we want to be there in the field, hands-on. So the English words pop out to my head. This year, we participated together with the companies in this area to embed it in Germany. And last week, our colleagues came back from Italy. Our colleagues said that we had a target of 100 companies that were participating. We received the business cards for 50 of them. And this shows the strength that we have here. We would like to encourage you. And what's good is that this sector is one where we are discussing about one of the issues that we have. There's the willingness to have higher investments to expand. And one of the purposes of the team that we have created is to offer support to the companies that are already active in this field, and they want to expand, they want to produce more. And we want to help them reduce the obstacles and facilitate the process. I hope you will have a productive event. I wish you have good networking today. And I'd like to congratulate the companies that are working in this sector and that are contributing to the economy of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Bejan. We really appreciate the support of the Invest Moldova agency that is contributing to the sectoral development with support and involvement. This is where we wrap up the chapter on welcoming speeches, and we will find out more about ACEM, which celebrated 5 years now, and we would like to applaud them from zero to hero. Now ACEM has more than 30 members with more than 2,100 employees, and the turnover is more than $100 million. And all the three figures are increasing comparing to the last edition of the forum. Now we'll have Elena Maevski, project coordinator in ACEM. She will tell us more about the vision, the achievements, and the plans of ACEM for the next year, so that for the next edition we will have good news. Thank you. Elena, you have the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third edition of Moldova Electronics Forum. This is an event organized by ACEM. Today, I decided to start my presentation with a short history. Where did ACEM start, and why is electronics considered an old and new sector at the same time? The electronics industry was born more than 40 years ago, 60 years ago. In 1960, the institutions opened the doors for the young people from Moldova and from the whole Soviet Union. And we started the production of electronics in the Republic of Moldova, which was then part of the SSSR. We had 4,000 engineers and more than 30,000 people involved in this sector. They produced electronics with dual destination. Maybe you are asking, why did Alpha not produce television sets? This is because we were working for the aerospatial industries and other strategic industries in the period of the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, in the 1990s, the dismantling of this sector started, and this was a period of stagnation. The transition period lasted quite a long time, from 1991 to 2019, but thanks to the companies that started working in partnership with the technical university, we made sure that we revive the sector and we make it known. As we were saying, in the industrialization period, we were producing all types of equipments that actually had other destinations. But we are happy that the transition period maintained the manufacturing of some equipments that are still mass produced for European markets, like electronics for public transportation. But we are also happy to see that our local companies and engineers that inherited the skills are now using them for smart meters, sensors, and other devices that are strategic for the Republic of Moldova and the sectoral development. We are producing a wide range of products. Someone was saying that in the Republic of Moldova we are only offering raw materials, and I would like to contradict this and say that the 210 companies are not only producing materials for other companies on the international market, but they are also producing end-to-end products, and we are competing with European companies. We hope that soon we will be competing with companies at the global level, such as companies from the US or China, but we still need to work on this. Our sector has approximately 5,000 employees. Our turnover has exceeded 357 million euros. And we see that this is increasing regardless the war in the neighboring country or the global crisis that are happening now and that have also affected the Republic of Moldova. We have local and foreign companies. 16.6 companies are foreign-owned companies, actually 18.6, and 81.4 are locally owned companies. This means that the number of engineers is increasing, and we are calling to have a local industry. If you are discussing about the sectors for production and sectors that are producing high-value equipment, our export has exceeded 535 million. This is double compared to 2016. We have maintained in this difficult period 47 companies that are producing end-to-end high technological products. And the income has exceeded, or the turnover has exceeded 6.1 billion in 2022, 2.7 times more than in 2015.
We consider and think that the electronics industry in Moldova is part of the global chain. As we mentioned, our highly technological products, like we said, smart meters, sensors, power-related technologies, voltage technology, different appliances for industrial use, all of these are produced due to the competency skills developed by our specialists. We are competitive in the next fields like development of electronics, manufacturing of electronics, development and design of PCBs, which is highly recognized and needed now at the EU level, electronic components development. And I want to mention that in Moldova we have a rebirth, a restart of the embedded systems. It's that reprogramming element that gives a new breath, a new life to the electronics. And tomorrow our colleagues in the first edition of Embedded Moldova Conference will talk more in details. We are very well positioned in terms of research and development of competencies in engineering thanks to the education institutions, and we are sure that in the next future we will develop significantly also in this sense. Skills which are elements and components are additional to the industry. Starting from 5 years ago, our industry launched an appeal to a call to the government to be heard in order to improve the business climate. In our business, our association, we have a joke. When the association was created, every company thought that they were the only ones remained on the market. But when they reunited at the discussion table, they still understood that electronics industry is still present in Moldova. And I'm glad that today we became a strengthened and consolidated sector. We became a partner for the government in implementing reforms in our sector. As any other sector, we've faced and we still face a series of issues like the lack or issues in identifying global partners. And in that sense, I want to thank the Organization for Entrepreneurship Development, which in partnership with Moldova have developed this business link platform, which connects our local companies amongst them and also with the international companies. We want to thank the investment agency, which is supporting per sectors in different sectors in order to participate in different exhibitions and fairs at the international level. In this 5 years period, we've noticed an international recognition, and the last exhibitions, gave beautiful results, because when we had our stands present in the exhibition, they said, "Well, Moldova is present also here," and this is a sign that electronics industry in Moldova has become a mark that is known at the European level. And we really hope that we'll participate in our other fairs, exhibitions, and our industry will be recognized at global level. Also, we have insufficient funding issues. And in that sense, we want to mention that the government of the Republic of Moldova is giving us additional funds in order to develop industry and promote companies. And by different state organizations, our companies can develop and build up skills at home without outsourcing, without using external funds. And last but not least, a very important issue for our sector is the double destination rules, given that we have this war in Ukraine. And in that sense, we have a separate analysis from the government per departments, and it gives an analysis case by case. It is difficult to understand what industry is meant for double destination and what for civil industry, but I want to make sure to ensure you that our industries, our companies are only focused on bringing beautiful things on the market, not destroying ones. Many industries that used to create double destination devices, maybe fortunately or unfortunately, as of today, our industry is focused on other types of equipment. I also want to mention that the government of the Republic of Moldova has launched a national industrial development program, and the electronics is the first strategic sector which is meant to help industrialize the Republic of Moldova. Within our association, we believe in industrialization and in the development of the more industries at the local level as possible, which bring an added value and increase the GDP in our country. Also, we have a national program for attracting investments and promoting exports. And we also have a program to extend the IT park till 2035. All these programs implemented by the government are meant to support the electronics sector. Within ACEM, alongside with the industrial reforms, alongside with the support of the government, we believe in the idea that in the electronics sector needs also people, human resources, and within our association we are the ones who promote education at all levels, starting from vocational schools, colleges, and technical university, because we indeed believe in qualified staff. And our students have the possibility to study the most recent, most state-of-the-art technologies in the sector in those 5 education institutions in Moldova that have this technical profile specialization. In electronics, we've started to implement a dual vocational education and training system. We are glad that we have this interest for this dual system. It's kind of an additional motivation for those students that want to study and work at the same time, and to also identify new skills, new competencies for their future vocation or career in Moldova. Within the ACEM, we are the only association in the industry sector that supports promotion of electronic sector starting from 2019. This is a non-profit association, and we include and promote all the subsectors of the electronic sector, starting from microelectronics to development of power electronics. We've tried in today's event to cover some of the sectoral activities which are the best developed and which we aim to develop in Moldova. In terms of promoting the subsectors, we still have more work to do, and we hope that the companies in the sector will be open for external and internal promoting activities. Here you can see a short presentation of all the members of the association. As we've said, we are 30 in number, and being the only association that we have education institutions as members. I want to thank, by concluding, our strategic partners, local, international partners who have supported us in the development of the electronics sector. 3 years ago, we've launched the first edition of Moldova Electronics Forum, exactly when the war in Ukraine started. We all had a lot of questions. Our European partners said that we risk to organize such an we might incur a big risk while organizing such an event, but we benefited from the support of strategic partners like Swiss Development Corporation and government, and we have the results of this support. We have the third edition today. I want to thank all of the partners who supported us during the first edition, and I hope that the next editions, next events will be even more fruitful, more supportive for our local industry. Thank you, all of you, and I invite you to stay with us till the end to see all the presentation within our event. I ensure that we really will have interesting and good presentations for everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. In 18 minutes, you've managed to do some kind of sectoral pitch, and I also invite you to stay with us till the end, because we have next a very interesting presentation of Mr. Alexandru Artenie, Group Leadership Manager for hard engines in the electric vehicle industry. I've read this morning a study from Rand Corporation that in 1 year from now, the electric vehicles will be more in number on the market than hybrid vehicles, and in 4 years will be more electric vehicles than internal combustion vehicles. Maybe Mr. Artenie will tell us about the influence of the sector on the infrastructure and how he looks at this perspective from his position. Thank you. We invite you, and looking forward to seeing your presentation. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alexandru Artenie, and I'm project manager and group leader of PREH company in the division of e-mobility. And as my colleague mentioned, I will talk today about why we should use electric vehicles, what's the advantage of an onboard charger, but bidirectional one, and how PREH company is supporting the development of e-mobility. First of all, I want to ask you if you ever thought how much CO2 emissions come from a traditional car. According to the estimates, the cars produced in Europe in 2022 produce about 110 grams per kilometer. And if you multiply this per 1 year, we have 1,500 kilograms per year new cars produced in 2022, according to the new rules of pollution emissions. So let's now add the new and old cars in order to understand and estimate at the global level of the CO2 emissions. And we have this figure of 3.5 billion of tons of CO2 per year, 3.2 billion every year. That's the production that amounts to the production of wine in Moldova during 25,000 years. So now we have this question, whether could we absorb or use all the CO2? Yes, obviously, yes, we could, but we should plant the whole surface of the Republic of Moldova with forests 107 times. 70 times, sorry. And we need also to look at the trend of CO2 emissions, because it does not show any signs of reduction. even though we had some reduction in the pandemic, we've came back to the trends before the pandemic, and that's how we end up with landscape like this one, or the next one. Obviously, we should do something to reduce pollution. Would this be the electric vehicle that would bring the solution? Let's look at this. We all know that electric cars contain lithium, and the extraction of this product is quite complicated and polluting. And the process for processing this and creating of electric cars has created real debates in relation to this. And to this, we add emissions associated with transportation, storage issues, and not to mention the fire risks. Okay, now let's try to have an exercise to look at three CO2 emissions scenarios for three types of cars produced in Europe: the gasoline type car, the diesel car, and electric car. Let's look how much emissions they release during the production process. We see that the electric car produces much more CO2 from the first stage before even running the first kilometer. Obviously, after that, we'll have some pollution due to the CO2 emissions associated to the production of electricity. Now, let's look at the emissions of CO2 while using the fuel. Well, while being exploited using a specific country, Moldova, the electric car still is winning, but it does not seem to save the world. So why do we have so much agitation, so much debates about these electric vehicles? We have the same study done in Sweden, and we can see that once the electric car is produced, the car does not produce CO2 emissions anymore. And what's the idea? It's the source of energy, and we can see that Sweden uses the highest rate of renewable energy in Europe, and we can see now that the process of producing electric cars is part of a broader image. An additional perspective of this element would be the non-equal process of your energy consumption. Let's look at the domestic use of energy during 24 hours. Well, during the night, we do not use at all energy. When we start to wake up, we make coffee, prepare a coffee, and we have the IT guys preparing the coffee. Then we have our lunch, use microwaves to warm the lunch. We have our siesta and different house chores, and by the end we prepare for the night for sleep. We can see that there is a non-homogeneous profile of energy consumption, and we can see that there are some tops of energy use, and we have hours when we do not use almost at all energy. Well, don't you think if we had a battery that we might charge during the lowest periods of consumption and later on during the peak periods to use the energy from this storage battery? That's how we would avoid overloading tops. So in this sense, we might charge this battery during the night when they have preferential prices, and to give back to the grid during the day. And that's how we gain some benefits, economic benefits. But the most important is that such a battery would help to integrate renewable energies. First of all, it might help to store the excess, surplus of energy when production exceeds the consumption, and to give back to the grid the surplus and to take something from the grid. And second, it would help have a more soft, more equal process of use. But the use of renewables puts issues in terms of climate conditions, weather conditions, because if you have sun, we have energy. If there's no sun, we do not have energy, and the same is with the wind energy. This is not the only system we should use, but this would help us compensate the energy consumption. The question is, where do we get such a battery now? Well, by accident, the electric vehicle is a big battery on wheels. It's such a huge battery that it would be sufficient to supply energy for a house in Moldova during 10 days consecutively. This is related to the concept of vehicle to grid and includes a bidirectional flow of energy between the car and the grid. That's the flow where we could also include the renewables, of course. It's a concept that might extend under more broad forms known as smart grid, where every consumer, customer, and every producer is managed in a smart way. Not less interesting is that vehicle to grid is related to different derived applications like vehicle to home or vehicle to load, and this would help us supply power to consumers that are totally disconnected from the grid. For example, a cottage in the mountain, or we can use vehicle to bicycle, or even why not a vehicle to grill. The most important benefits from a vehicle to grid application is that it helps stabilize a grid, can serve as urgent or emergency charger, and helps integrating renewables and gives economic benefits and is compatible with derived applications like vehicle to home or vehicle to load. I think that we've also seen that electric vehicles are a piece of an immense, huge puzzle of the sustainability, and this other piece in that puzzle is PREH company. Let me tell you something about us. Our company has been working more than 100 years in the electronics sector and for more than 40 years in automotive sector. We are present all across the globe, including in Romania, Brașov, and Iași, where we have research and development centers. We have different clients, Volkswagen, Ford, BMW, or even Tesla. We work in three big departments: commercial vehicles, human-machine interface, and e-mobility. And even though the e-mobility department, which I'm part of, is only 18% of the company, we still have a lot of products we are proud of, like this combo box for Porsche Taycan. It's an outstanding product, which is shown by its complexity and multifunctionality. Let me explain you why. As you can see on the right side picture, this unit includes two modules. The first module, in its turn, includes three DC-DC converters, one 48 volt, one 12 volt, and one 400 volt. The one of 48 volts is meant to support the roll stabilization, which gives a high stability at the curves. The 12 volt one is used for charging different systems of the car, like brakes or infotainment, and the 400 volts converter is used for supplying the AC system in the car. And these all are included in a converter as small as all these elements are included in a space as small as possible. The second module includes two units: a power distribution unit and a booster unit. Let's see what they do. Well, normally, a car with a battery of 800 volts can be charged at a DC station of 800 volts without any issue. And our distribution unit allows for powers up to 350 kilowatts, which means about 18 minutes of charging for the Porsche Taycan. But what happens if the DC charging station is of 400 volts? In that case, basically the charging process is not possible because the two voltage levels are not compatible. We have 400 volts of the charging station versus 800 volts of the car. And in that case, we use our booster unit, which basically increases or doubles the voltage of the charging station and brings it to the same level with battery of the car and makes them compatible. It's an extremely important unit which increases the level of usage of the charging infrastructure. Without this unit, it would not basically be possible to use the DC charging unit of 400 volts for Porsche Taycan, for example. But you shall know that we're not limited only to sports car. We have other elements like onboard chargers, the single phase of 3.6 watt for Volvo XC40 hybrid, or the 11 kilowatt for commercial Volvo vehicles. And that's a unit that could combine up to 4 elements in parallel to give power or voltages up to 44 kilowatts. What does the board charger do? Onboard charger. It connects to the alternate power source and it transforms this energy in a continuous direct current, and this is compatible with the battery of the car. Without the onboard charger, we would not have the possibility to charge the battery in the domestic conditions. Alongside with this, we work on BMW or Mercedes E-Class 3. All these products are in the mass production in our organization, and you can find them in the cars that are just now traveling on the streets. And the new generation of DC-DC Plus booster and now the new onboard charger, and I can't tell you about this, only that it's bidirectional and supports apps like vehicle to grid, vehicle to home, or vehicle to load. These are some of the modules that PREH company is producing in order to contribute to a greener world. To conclude, I encourage every one of you to take part in preserving the environment regardless of the piece of puzzle that we represent any of us. Together we will manage to have a cleaner world even in the urban areas and to enjoy greener landscapes like this one, or this one. Thank you.
Vă mulțumim mult.
Thank you, Mr. Artenie, for the way you managed to pass on information about complicated things in a simple way. And the second, we knew that we were polluting, but we didn't know we were polluting so badly. From this perspective, I would like to thank you and to encourage the innovations that are increasing the possibilities to use vehicles to use charging stations. And now we are going to a different topic, electric cars and innovation solutions. And now we would like to discuss about the newest trends in the area of electric vehicles and urban mobility. We will have guests from Romania, we will have local specialists, and while the stage is being set up, we would like to say that our participants in the discussion panel will try to discuss about the trends, interesting topics, and then we will have questions and answers where we'll try to emphasize what was not covered or what is interesting for the participants. And if we have questions, so we will answer the questions from the room. And I would like to invite the first representative and the first speaker from Industry Talks, Mr. Vitalie Eșanu from Informbusiness. Mr. Eșanu, have a seat. Mr. Iulian Sârbu from Black Sea EMS. Mr. Sârbu, please have your seat. Mr. Florin Moraru from PREH Romania. Mr. Moraru, you have the floor. And Mr. Marius Ștefanie from Vitesco Technology. Please have a seat. Mr. Eșanu, I understand that as the founder and the manager of Informbusiness, but also from the perspective of President of ACEM, you have a significant contribution to this field. We are always happy happy to meet you in the first edition of the forum and the second, and each time you amaze us with innovations and new plans. We would like to listen to your presentation and then to try to understand how you have progressed comparing to the last edition of the forum. And what good news do you have from the perspective of the green transport? Yes, hello everyone. Now I am wearing the hat of General Director and Founder of Informbusiness. I would like to highlight that this company was founded in 1990, but we have been in the area of electric transportation since 2000. And for you to understand what we are producing since 2000 and until now, we have evolved. In 2000, we have saved trolleybuses in Chișinău. I've said this several times. We had the first electronic product, and we substituted 1.5 tons of electronics with 40 kilograms. That had an economic effect of 40% of the consumption of electricity. And then the electricity, the company for electric transportation started using twice as half of the quantity of electricity. In 2004, we had the first export in Vinica, Ukraine, and then we started exporting to all CIS countries. And in 2007-2010, we started producing equipment for trams. And step by step, you can see in the presentation what happened each year. Your question was what is new from the comparing to the last forum. I would like to highlight that our company has progressed a lot. Together with Ms. Maevski, who has helped us a lot, we have received a VIM code for Moldova. Until last year, Moldova and Albania were countries that didn't have such a code. So we had this, received this country code, and we became the first exporter of transportation in the world. This is a certificate from the Association of International Engineers that is managing VIN code. So this is the VIN code for the first transportation means trolleybus that is autonomous, that is charging as it goes. So running, it is charging. So this is the first unit that was delivered. We have the country of origin, the model, the production year, producer, and serial number. So this is for the first transportation means produced in the Moldova. Having done so, we opened the door to have other producers, inclusively car producers, because up to now we've had an automotive industry, but we did not have such codes. And last year in Moldova, we had a visit from the leadership of the country. We've shown the first product, but the area that we had in Moldova does not allow. And at the end of last year, at the beginning of this year, we industry, and we started producing transportation. And these days we have delivered to the city of Bolt such vehicles. This is financed by EBRD, and we have there 22 trolleybuses that we need to deliver to Balts in the near future. Out of what we did, I would like to mention that we've been working in this area for many years, and we have many producers that are producing the chassis or the final products. And in April, we have launched 6 scale production. Today we have more than 170 cities where our products are being used. We don't really know where these producers are also delivering, but I would say that the northernmost city is Murmansk, which is beyond the polar circle, and the southernest is Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, which is in the desert. So the difference in temperatures and in the conditions for the use of the transportation is very high. And the products are using from minus 40 degrees to plus 60 degrees Celsius. And I would like to highlight another thing. Thanks to us, in 2015, in Chișinău, the first electric bus or trolleybus with dynamic charging was launched in Chișinău, that is running from the airport to the gates of the city. Now we have 9 roads, Yeloveni, Trușeni, Băcioi, and so on. And this amounts to 160 kilometers for electric buses. And it was mentioned that electric transportation is and this means that we took a step in the direction that the world is going to for Chișinău. Besides this, in Chișinău we have project has 400 kilowatts. And in terms of weight, the whole equipment weighs 2 tons. This is one of the cities where we delivered 100 autonomous trolleybuses. Besides this, I would like to mention that we want to do more than we are doing today. We had an investment project which we hoped will be realized with Tracom, and we presented it in the first edition. The second was to purchase land near Chișinău to build something. We are still thinking about increasing our production. So we have this near Chișinău in the area, in the direction of Tushen, to build some facilities for production. All investment is local. We have paid full taxes according to the legislation in the Republic of Moldova. We were planning to have a 4 million euro investment, and I think if we are to build the facilities, now after having bought this area in Alpha, the investment could be double. Thank you. Mr. Eșanu, knowing your passion and how you are doing things, what should we expect in terms of innovation? You mentioned e-bus. What does Informbusiness plan to do to amaze us in the near future? What are you working on? Now we are in the area of changing the trends. Now we have 4 cities that have electric cities. And the current vision cannot be developed to other cities. And we are working with the bus factory in Chernigov. I think we will finish the tests in 1 month. We have electric buses of 9 meters. This means that they will have less batteries, they will have less consumption. And in the cities, the trend is to have cities as Soroca, Orhei, Comrat, where we could replace diesel buses with electric buses, and the price will be different from the ones for the 12 meters long buses. This is between 20,000 to 100,000 inhabitants, where we can't have the infrastructure for buses. And we also have an idea that is unusual, because we have this project with bus, and we would like to launch a tram on the railway in Chișinău from Ghidighici to Sângera. This would help make transportation easier. So we would not need to build the infrastructure or the electricity grid. We would use the charging systems that we have in our company. This would be used for the trams, and the trams would work like trains using the railway, and this would diminish the cost. And you mentioned countries such as Ukraine, Russia, or other CIS countries. Do you intend to work with Romania, with European countries? Do you have discussions in this area? We have had high deliveries to Turkey, so they were pretty high. And at the end of May, between the 29th and 31st, we will go to an exhibition in Istanbul, and we would like to tighten our relationships with Turkey. In Iași, we have a tram that was produced 6-7 years ago. We modernized them together. We have equipment in Cluj-Napoca in Romania. And in Cluj-Napoca, they have bought some electric buses that could not handle the situation. We are discussing about upgrading 60 electric buses with our community. That is interesting. Let's applaud these east to west initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Eșanu. I would like to highlight one thing. You mentioned Ukraine, so despite the fact that there is a war and we all want the war to end soon, the government in Ukraine is investing in the cities, in electric transportation means. And we have a daughter company there in Odessa, and last year the turnover increased by 3.5 times, despite the war. Yes, despite the war. I would like to say that Ukraine is set to win and to make sure everything is okay. Yes, thank you. We would like to continue with the intervention of Mr. Iulian Sârgu. He represents Black Sea EMS. This is a company with a Dutch investment, part of Helix Energy. We've seen a banner at the entrance, and he has had key positions in Black Sea EMS and Curatos Moldova, where he was working in the optimization of quality control, risk management. But now he will mention the trends on fast charging stations, and I'm sure he will tell us interesting things because this is a very topical issue. Yes, thank you. You mentioned that I'm Iulian Sârgu. I represent Black Sea EMS. I'm operational manager, but before that, in 2016, when Black Sea EMS was just making the first steps in this industry, together with Marina, Morozova, and other colleagues, we have created Black Sea. And this was the foundation of today's Black Sea because it went through different changes throughout the years. And with the support of the mother company in the Netherlands, which is working in the area of power electronics. Our first product was a power module for 11 kilowatts for charging stations. Now we have several modules of such product, 12.5, which is the best seller. And now we have also 30 kilowatts, which is part of the new products, and you will see this on the screen. As mentioned, Black Sea EMS started in 2014, and my colleague said 2013, but officially, according to documents, we were founded in September 2014. But somehow our paths have went in different directions because the mother company and we were bought by the international group Helix, which is present in several European countries and in the United States. Their main products are products for charging stations. These are different types, flex, fast. And 1 year after the start of the collaboration with Helix, together with Helix, we are also part of Siemens e-mobility. This transaction is ongoing now. In total, we have 2 facilities with a capacity of 1,500 square meters and 1,100 square meters. And one is for power modules and the other is for power stations. Here you can see the area for power modules. And we also have the product from the mother company, PREH. And we, Black Sea, are appreciated in this group the most for our capacity to have design for manufacturing. So we created the manufacturing processes in line with the requirements of the client and in line with the implemented standards. In the area for modules, and you will see some products because we don't only have the models for 12.5 and 30, we have different modules. And we also have products for the lighting of sports facilities. Black Sea is specialized on rapid. We have the products for 150 kilowatts. Our first. So it's been a year since we started producing chargers in Moldova. To be honest, it was very difficult because of the war in the neighboring country, and the group was not really willing to give us the possibility to assemble chargers. There were many doubts, but thanks to my colleagues and to our efforts, we were very insistent. We had presentations, calculations, business plans, arguments, and we also had support from Marina Morozova, from the government. So we had different discussions with the group. In the end, they decided to try to do this. The first order was for 20 charges. They wanted to see our skills, and I would like to say that in Moldova we have smart, hardworking people. We worked fastly and we delivered the order despite the fact that we had different obstacles related to the supply chain or about the availability of materials. We managed to make the first delivery in the deadline, and they were very satisfied with the quality of the product. There are also other companies that are assembling this product, and during their use in the UK, Germany, France, Denmark, there have been issues with their use. And some customers were a bit disappointed. But we managed to bring this product to the initial level, and each delivery had a high degree of quality. None of the products of Black Sea EMS have received complaints. Of course, we are only 1 year old in this company. So the company is on the market for 10 years, but we haven't been producing so long. For 7 years, we have received 7 complaints that were on our side. The others were on the side of the customer. We are proud to say that we have a strong team in quality assurance in the production area. As mentioned, we are focusing on design for manufacturing, on the manufacturing processes, creating them, developing them, setting them, checking them, implementing, together with the team, with the employees. And all this package of documents on the processes, on the flow, is presented to the mother company. And the mother company, when they conclude an agreement for mass production, they go to the contractor. They will say, this is the production cycle, this is the number of employees, this is the line you need to have in order to fulfill the order in due time.
You can see some other products of ours, power modules. The first is of 11 kilowatt power, and the similar one we have of 12.5 kilowatts, and the second in yellow we have a product of 30 kilowatts, is an innovation of the mother company PREH. We have a little bit to the right, we have a power module used for windmills under the so-called project corrosion, and a little bit lower we have a product which was presented by PREH, is a bidirectional product V2G. It's a product which is included in such a relation, and the last two are lighting products for illumination, LED, some LED drivers. And on the right we have a TPPL product, a driver for the light bulbs with an ATEX standard. It's a special standard for hazardous environment, which is meant to use in a potentially dangerous space. You can see also products that we are currently producing. We tend to have more in number, but yes, we are doing this gradually, small but sound steps. We have products of 450 kilowatts, the base, where we in 150 kilowatt the base, then we have the column and the dispensers, like the heart or the brains of the product, and the last one is one that you can also see outside, is rapid 360 kilowatts all in one. And the benefits of this element is that it includes for the same surface a double capacity in comparison to the previous projects that you can see on the screen, because we need the base and the column to work in tandem in cooperation, and that includes two spaces to be used, but this one has one single space but with a double capacity of use. We are of course certified according to 901 and 14,001, and we can work mostly in this field. And thank you. Thank you very much. And if you relate to the Alexandru's presentation from PREH, do you think that our stations or product might be compatible with the products proposed by PREH company? Do you see a potential cooperation in this sense? Yes, obviously, for sure we can foresee such a trend, because we know the products of mother company, the PREH company. They analyze very well the market, the technologies, and they are developers in this sense, so it's obvious. Well, this product actually is also assembled in Romania, including in Oradea, if I'm not mistaken. And we currently use it also in our testing equipment, because when we assemble the charging station, we need to have the possibility to test them, and obviously we use this V2G technology for ensuring the recirculation, this cycle of repeated cycle of the power, and we only have losses in terms of time. I cannot go into much technical details, but I think there is the possibility to embed, to integrate these two technologies. Thank you. And maybe a more subjective question. Maybe you know from our sector, when will we have more power charging stations? What's the problem at the local level, even compared to Ukraine, which is in a situation of war? Well, in Romania, things are not so fantastic in terms of power charging stations. But if we look at Moldova specifically, what's your colleagues' opinion? What do they think? What's the trend? How do we integrate them? How do we make them more in number? Well, that's a good question, and my idea is that we will necessarily have more in number of them. That's something natural, will come in time. And if we talk about our group, we see that we have potential, we have the marketplace. We can do this not only in Europe because our products are meant only for export, only for clients in Europe, but we still want and insist. Well, the first step was to start the manufacturing. The second was to, but the next would be to launch them on our market. There's a much broader range of products that I presented to you in terms of charging station. We have 50 kilowatts and 40 kilowatts, and we want to bring this to Moldova to convince the group that it's worth to maintain investments in Moldova and moreover to increase investments in Moldova, to give us, well, as much possibility as possible, or possibility to assemble, to create as much products as possible from this range. And obviously would be very glad to have these products in Moldova, to see our work present in the local context and to be developed in the sense of power charging stations. But let's not be confused. Yes, today power charging stations can be used for charging the electric vehicles, but I forgot to mention that these are especially dedicated to the charging of trolleybus parks and e-truck systems. And I've seen my colleague from PREH mentioned about the Porsche, and I've even discussed with my colleague from technical department, and that today's technology can be charged with the charger station that is now outside. Maybe the message from our group saying that we estimate to have a charging station only for buses, trucks, and trolleybuses seems not to be as true as previously, because it can be used also for vehicles, for cars, and this is something very interesting, and we'll do our best to bring this to Moldova. We are striving to do this. Thank you. And the next question would be related to the fact that you've brought some calculations with justifications to convince the investors to stay in Moldova. Well, for those who want to stay in the industry, in the sector, or think about attracting new investors, what would be 2 or 3 key points that would help you in the country? What elements to persuade did you use outside the country? What's the spirit of persuading of conviction? What did you use? If you can tell us. Well, it's not a secret. I suppose many of you know. Well, the first thing that we thought about were the costs compared to Romania or European countries. But you shall know that they were not so much interested in the costs, because when we mentioned the costs, they put it aside, saying that that's not the most important thing. How do you ensure the quality of the product? That was the most important element. Because they had a lot of issues in their use. I will not name the companies because that's not okay, but they did not cope with designing or developing products at the level that was requested by the client. And we from the Black Sea needed to take a plane or a car and to go to those companies, to go there and work for a few weeks in order to be able to set up the processes and to have the possibility to deliver these good products. Well, this was between parentheses. So the strong point was the quality of the product. We gave them calculations. We told them about how much cost savings they would have if they work with us, Q1, Q2, the quantities that were forecasted. But they mostly focused on ensuring the quality of the product and the manufacturing process. Those were the strengths, and we have managed to prove that this was to be expected to be done, and we persuaded them that it was worth trying. As it was mentioned, they are satisfied with the result, and even more. We at Black Sea were very small compared to the group. We are not such important for the group in terms of assembling process or profit. assembling of final products of outputs as profit. But our main value in the group is the capacity to create manufacturing processes focused on the specific of products of output according to the requirements which are set by the client. That was the idea. Thank you very much, Mr. Sârbu. We really appreciate the effort of colleagues from Black CMS, and we really hope to have more charging stations for trolleybuses, for electric buses, and for cars. And we'll have next Mr. Florin Moraru from PREH Romania, group leader, and I'll describe a little bit the background of Mr. Moldova. He's has an experience of more than 19 years in the electromotive sector, and he also has experience in terms of engineering and team leading in companies like Technoton, Siemens Video, Continental, and since 2018 he's been working in PREH as a group leader. And I also know that he has managed, including from his description, to share knowledge, expertise, and to do mentorship, and to participate in international events. Hello, Mr. Moraro, is it right? Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll skip this part and I'll go directly to what I want to tell you today. I was saying, or better, you were saying that I'm representing a PRE company. It's PRE, not PREH, because in the German age, if it's preceded by a vowel, it's muted, so we do not pronounce it. Well, it's PRE company. Well, today I will go fast through what is e-mobility in PRE. Part of the material was presented already by my colleague Artenie, and I'll skip this little part. Then we'll look in the second part at a series of basic knowledge that we are looking when we have recruitment session. We look for staff. Well, this is targeting basically students, the fresh graduates from electronics faculty, to let them have an idea of what is being looking for on automotive market when we talk about automotive and electronics, power electronics. Well, e-mobility in PRE, what does this mean? Maybe you've seen this slide before. There's our location. I will not go into much details, except for the moments when I will tell you about the locations or areas where e-mobility exists. Well, from left to right on the map, you can see here we have a team of e-mobility in China, in Ningbo. They produce components for the Chinese market, electric vehicles in China, and then we have in Romania in Iași, and in Germany in Bad Neustadt, and also we have in North America, in the United States of America, we have in Detroit an office. These are the locations of e-mobility. Within PRE, on the map, you can see several points. We have also sale points and facilities, manufacturing facilities. Given that we've already had an introduction about the onboard charger and ECDC converter, when we talk about products from PRE, we have two big distinctions. We speak about the battery management systems, or BMS as we call them shortly. But here we have a longer history. This started in 206, 2007. Several generations were developed, and as of today, we discovered a lot of platforms for electric vehicles, 400, 800 volts. We have hybrid cars, 48 volts, but we also have applications for utilitarian cars, like electric motorcycles or other types We have a broad range, and these battery management system products are mainly developed by the team from Germany. When we talk about power electronics, and here I mean transfer of energy, basically in PREH company, the main direction, the main path is given by the development center from EASH. Here we have two teams that develop these on-board chargers and DC-DC converters, or converters of direct current, direct to direct current. As you can see on the screen, in 2019 we had well-known products for Porsche Taycan that my colleague mentioned before. Maybe we'll look at them in a second. You'll see a small advertising video. And this is about DC-DC converters. We have a YouTube channel. I invite you to follow it up. I've asked the colleagues from the technical team, maybe they could include the presentation. So as Alex said, we have the converters in one, and at that time this was very commendable due to the density of voltage in this small volume. 3 converters or 3-fold converter transfer from a 800 volts to 12 volt, bidirectional, unidirectional transfer of energy, and then for active suspension from 800 to 48 volt, but it's bidirectional transport because there's a specific of the functionality of the engine. And 800 to 400, about 5 kilowatts for the AC compressor. This was the solution that those from Porsche company chose at that respective moment. Let me see on the screen what's next. Sorry. Well, when we talk about have some disadvantages, when we talk about the higher voltage, when the differences between the in and the out power are high. We have here a source of 12 volts. Let's say that that's the car battery, and we have a load that should be loaded with 5 volts, and it uses 2 amperes, so we want to transfer 10 watts, which are needed for the load. In that process, if we use a linear regulator and we have the series regulator, in our case we have the Q2 transistor, basically at the voltage of the collector. Let's say the series regulator, we have the difference of 12 volts at the entrance and 24 at the exit, 14 exit. So this difference of what we'll have to go through the transistor, and in that process we lose 14 watts. Well, the battery will use 24 watts to transfer to the load, only 10 watts, and the yield of the return is a amount of energy in the coil multiplied by the current in the inductance. You can see the formula here, and finally we have capacity multiplied by the voltage at the importance at the milestones of the capacitor at that time. When we talk about CDC converters, we know that are elements that have regulating bubbles or cycles, and when we have a small signal, we talk about transfer function, we talk about body characteristics, and generally the transfer function is defined under the form H4S, which includes the report between two polynomials, and NGS is the numerator and the DDS is the denominator, and these are called poles. Well, the effects are well known. Basically, a pole will lead to a decrease of a characteristic in a body plot of 2 decibels per decade, and will lead to a reduction of 90 degrees, and for 0 will have the opposite effect. Well, the gain will increase by 20 decibel per decade and will produce a phase lead of 90 degrees. Well, we need to, if we know some frequencies, the value of the gain and of the phase, we can use the well-known relations or formulas for the gain. You can see here the formulas. And we talk here about the stability criteria, and we would like to know which is the dynamic answer of the converter when we talk about a change type, gradual change at the exit from the system or in entrance to the system, output or input. So we have a cutoff frequency at which gain plot hits 0 decibels. And we define the phase margin as being the difference between the 100 degrees and characteristics of the phase at that cutoff phase, and the gain margin, which is the difference between the 0 decibel line and the gain when the phase hits minus 180 degrees. Well, obviously, we want to have a curve of more than 45 degrees, and we want to have a reserve of the phase, yes, of this 45 degrees. So we want to have about 10 decibels gain margin. Well, next I want to bring to your attention a few aspects which are important when we talk about design in electronics, in power electronics or electronic in general. And here we talk about the fact that all the students or all the young engineers, junior engineers, should be familiarized with using the simulation circuits for electronic circuits. And I would even recommend them to use the simulator excessively if it's possible. They have to learn to define the problem or the issue they want to find a solution for, and to adjust the simulation process to that specific issue. Quite often I've met junior colleagues that had different problems whilst they wanted to design a simulating process, and they didn't have a SPICE model, for example, for simulation. I believe you don't imagine that all the embedded circuits or PCB producer provide SPICE models, and according to these models all the internal transistors are designed. No, there are behavioral models which are used quite often because they give a higher simulation speed, and they have smaller possibility or lower possibility of convergence errors. So my call for the young students, for the graduates, is to get familiarized with the simulation programs, to educate their engineering feeling in order for them to be able to adjust the simulation to that specific issue and not to be afraid to experiment, because simulation is costless. It is not dangerous, and it's not so time expensive, and it allows you to avoid having a product that is not functioning. Well, it lets you have a product that is well designed.
The second aspect is related to the quality analysis of the circuit. The engineer, the one that is a designer in electronics, needs to make sure that the circuit is functioning the way they have thought about it in all conditions of temperature, of voltage, of power. And this quality analysis or unfavorable or worst case analysis are an important activity in the development process. And not least, the design part, because we have discussed about PCBs, and this is also important. As you can see in the key message from the slide, you can have the perfect scheme or layout, the perfect circuit, but if you have a mistake, there are high chances that the circuit will not work according to the expectations. And it depends on the application, but when we are discussing about power, electronics, often layout is part of the thermal concept. We have transistors that are maybe moved on the PCB, and we want to cool it through the PCB with thermal vias. And another important aspect is related to the electromagnetic compatibility. So the layout of the printed circuit is essential from this point of view. Of course, we have the testing phase, but I haven't included it in the presentation. This is all for today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moraro. This was very complicated for me, but this doesn't mean that the results are not very impressive of these products in a Porsche Taycan. So behind these results, we have the simulations and high level of effort. I've seen that your clients are large automotive companies, mostly German ones, but I understand that you have a facility that is in China. From what you can see, the large Chinese automotive are competing with European producers. For example, BID is exceeding in sales other producers. So what is your collaboration with the Chinese involving? What can you tell us about this? Of course, we are collaborating with our colleagues in China. If needed, we offer our support. It also depends on the geopolitical context, talking about the visit of the Chinese president to Serbia and Hungary. So what is our business with the Chinese? So this is part of the reality. We need to live with it, and we need to find ways to be efficient and to offer more than they can offer. So we need to be competitive and attractive. So maybe they have subsidies. Maybe can we optimize the costs and become competitive in a field with a value added that is so high? It's difficult when we are discussing about funds and money. I think that the advantage of the Europeans is and will be the engineering part, the intelligence part. Patents and other things? No, patents are not that important. In China, they're not. Well, in Europe, they are important, yes. I understood. Let's give Mr. Morar a round of applause. Thank you very much. You've mentioned a few things about what you are doing. And now we have Mr. Marius Ștefănie, which is head of hardware application, power electronics, Vitesco technology. Would like to remind you that Mr. Ștefănie has an experience of 6 years in integrated analog circuits and 14 years in electronics automotive in different positions from engineer to team coordination. Mr. Ștefănie, what does the structure of the vehicle mean? What should we know as consumers about it? Hello, and thank you for the invitation. Indeed, we will discuss a bit about Vitesco, which I represent today. This is a relatively young company, or at least the name is quite new in the automotive sector. This is because this is a company that broke out of Continental Automotive. This is the powertrain division of the Continental company. It is famous in the area of electric systems, and we are also offering systems for conventional vehicles. So Vitesco is present around the world in approximately 50 places. We have more than 35,000 employees, and the sales exceed 9 billion euro. In Romania, this company has a good presence. Fortunately, the component and automotive sector is well represented in Romania. And Vitesco has 3 research and development facilities in Iași, Sibiu, and Timișoara. However, we also have a manufacturing facility in Brașov, where we produce inverters for AMG and Jaguar Land Rover. Here we have some photographs from within the headquarters in Iași on Chișinăului Street 2A. On this slide, we can see all the products that are developed in our facility in Iași. We can see there DC-DC converter from 400 or 800 volts to 12 volts. We have discussed about such products in the previous presentations. We can see an inverter for high voltage for the traction of the car. We can see products for heating catalysts for hybrid cars. And we also see integrated products, the axle drivers that include the electric engine and the rectifier, the differential, and inverter. This is a combo that is becoming more and more a commodity on the automotive market. And all these combination that can deliver more than 300 kilowatts, and which is simply put on the production line, and you add other cables and the cooling system, and it weighs approximately 80 kilograms, so that we have an idea about this. You can imagine how this can be compared with a powertrain from conventional car, where only the gearbox exceeds 100 kilograms. We can see here some types of electrification. On the left side, we have the simplest one, but the most efficient from the cost point of view. The one for 48 volts, mild hybrid. This is attractive or remarkable because any conventional car with a combustion engine can be converted in a mild hybrid car. The difference is that we add the 48 volts battery besides the existing one of 12 volts with the appropriate BMS. Then we also have a converter for 48 volts to 12 volts, and a belt starter generator that is installed instead of the classical alternator for 12 volts. Then we have the plug-in hybrid architecture with a higher power than in the case of mild hybrid. However, this is not close to the power of the full electric vehicles. They have the advantages and disadvantages that we all know. On this slide, we have a generic architecture for the electric system in an electric car. This is really a general architecture. There are many differences, important ones, from producer to producer, from a car to another. But everywhere we will see a battery with the appropriate battery management system. They will all have an inverter that leads the traction engine, or inverters for the traction engines. As we know, we are in a different era now, and unlike combustion propulsion, for electric cars we have two engines and traction on both axes, and we can have unite the face and the rear through the software settings. We have cars that have 3 electric engines, actually usually 2 in the back and 1 in the front. We have cars that have 4 electric engines. You probably saw that there are cars that can turn over like a tank. We have couple vectorization, which allows additional control on the direction. So this is due to this, the link to the wheels. We have a power distribution unit, the classical converter from the high voltage battery to 12 volts, and we have the onboard charger. We will see, because there's an interesting discussion for me. There's the trend to part ways with onboard chargers, because you can purchase separately a charger for charging the vehicle at home and not carry it on the car all the time. On the other side, we are discussing about the V2X functionalities, vehicle to load, the vehicle to home, vehicle to grid, which need a bidirectional onboard charger. So apparently this trend of developing the functionalities for the onboard chargers will determine the evolution of such products in electric vehicles. Of course, we have the traction engines, and on the right we see a small picture that is related to safety. We have a lot of electronics in cars, and even more electronics in electric cars. And a good share is only for safety requirements, which are legal requirements. And this is similar to the electromagnetic compatibility requirements that my colleague Florin mentioned. What we can see in the smaller picture is a relay that switches off the high voltage battery from the rest of the bonnet of the electric car. This is from the point of view of the safety. We all know about the lithium batteries, or at least most of the lithium batteries that are on the streets nowadays are a bit problematic from this point of view. And this relay needs to pass through it all the electricity consumed by the car. We are discussing about hundreds of kilowatts for inverters. We are discussing about inverters for cars. And we are discussing about inverters that can use electricity to a high number of amperes and are working at 800 volts. We also have the power for the other equipment on the high voltage bonnet. So this relay links all these systems to the battery, and it needs to be able to support all this power. Here we have a visual representation of the systems that were mentioned earlier. And I would like to stop a bit on the most important energy converter in an electric car or in a hybrid car. And this is the inverter. And it converts the continuous and direct current into alternating current. And the heart of this inverter is the power module, which is the most expensive component in such an inverter. I won't go into details, but Vitesco is developing and producing inverters for a wide range of powers, voltages, from 48 volts for mild hybrids, the BSGs that we mentioned earlier. You can see here a general image from such a BSG inverter on the right upper hand side, up to 400 volts and 800 volts. Nowadays in China, there are a lot of discussions about inverters and systems for 1200 volts. So we are still adjusting to the architectures for 800 volts. For example, on the Porsche mentioned by the colleagues from PREH. And already the Chinese are working on architectures for 1200 volts. There are different technologies for this power module selection, IGBT, and there are a lot of discussions about inverters with guns. We were discussing earlier about the relay that switches off the Bornet, the high voltage one from the battery. Currently, Vitesco has ongoing projects where the inverters is permanently connected to the high voltage battery. First of all, this translates into a significant reduction in the size of this relay. Of course, there are some costs in the area of the inverter, and this difference will be seen in time. And it's interesting to see how things evolve in the next period. To see what happens in the industry in China. And I'm talking about reliability. There's a big difference in terms of the requirements that the components that are permanently connected need to meet, and the components that are fueled or are in operation when the accessories are connected in a car, which is for the driving cycle period. Now we are discussing about inverters that is switched on to the high voltage battery throughout its life cycle. And here we are discussing about the reliability, safety, and these issues go to a different level. And I would like to say that the industry is evolving. There's a lot of room for improvement already. We are at the stage, or we are getting close to a stage where electric cars will have similar prices with traditional combustion cars. But if we look at the performance, we can see that there are vehicles that have more than 100 horsepower, 1,000, and maybe cost 100,000 euros. So we won't discuss about the ones from China. If I may have a personal opinion, for me it's a question mark related. So I have some doubts about the electric vehicles produced in China, and we will probably have the answer in a few years when we understand how safe they are and how reliable they are, because both aspects are equally important. But their head start is impressive, and this is because the ones in the West didn't believe very strongly in the scenario that we are seeing today. And now I would make a reference to the discussion with Mr. Moraru. One of the ways in which we could compete with producers from China is, unfortunately or fortunately maybe, rethinking the processes and standards that we are using. I am part of a company, so we come from a company that is like a mammoth that has very extensive processes that won't let you make mistakes, won't let you get to jail because you could be responsible for undesired consequences. However, these processes are very bureaucratic and they are slowing us down a lot. You can imagine that today a company from China that is just starting to build a factory for electric cars could have a car in 3 years on the production line. We have such examples, which is fantastic. We are still used to cases when the development of such product takes 3 years. It's clear that if we maintain this pace, we won't be able to compete with the competition from China. Marius, as you said, time will show how reliable cars from China are, but in the end, the decision whether to buy a Chinese car or an European car will be in the hands of the consumer. This is true. This is why I'm saying that it's interesting to see how things evolve. It's clear that the Chinese are learning how to make cars in at a very high pace. I won't insist that this is a generic architecture for another converter. This time from AC to DC. This is the onboard charger that we have discussed about. It has the bidirectional charging functionalities that is essential for the V2X functionalities. It has typical powers from a few kilowatts to 24 kilowatts and even more. The next converter or the following conversion of power in an electric vehicle is a classical converter for the 12 volts installation. We can discuss from about 48 to 12 and high voltage, which means, for example, between 200 and 800 volts, the voltage of the battery, to the traditional 12 volts. And today there are trends of moving on to 48 volts. I won't insist on the information on this slide because this is relatively easy to understand. We will discuss a bit about the functionalities vehicle to load. This is the easiest from the ones that are under the name of V2X. Basically, this can be used in order to charge any home appliance without getting connected to the grid. Vehicle to home is something similar. Here, the discussion is a bit more complex. For the most common case, when we are using the car as backup for the home, if there are outages in the grid, then we would need some insulation or a disconnection in the grid. Then we have vehicle to grid. This is a more complex system that involves not only bidirectional charging, but also synchronization and management from the grid operator and being part of a program. We don't have currently many vehicles that have these functionalities, and even the standards that are regulating this technology, so the standards are still being developed. They are still under discussion from my knowledge. Here we have some photographs with how the equipment is laid out. This is the main part of the forward train. What we have discussed about the architecture of an electric vehicle. Once the batteries become performant enough, the combustion cars will have no chance. And now we are discussing about the comeback of combustion engines, or an emphasis of hybrid cars. I think this is just the end, and I think the main causes is the fact that on some markets, and even in Romania, the subsidies from the state for electric vehicles have been reduced or have been cut off completely. And we can understand this because the industry of some countries is based in a certain extent on automotive, which is now mostly focused on combustion. And I think that an important factor is the decrease in price for electric cars. This trend is set by the batteries that are becoming cheaper and better, with higher energy density, with better performance in terms of temperature, with charging cycles that are increasing. Now we have batteries that are exceeding the life cycle of the car. I think people are waiting for better prices, for more models. The competition is very fierce, especially on the Chinese market. By the way, nowadays we have probably more than 90 car manufacturers on the market. So these are not models. And each manufacturer has at least 2 models. This is a very high number. This is not sustainable. And from what I heard, some are in difficulties. There are some brands that have closed their production. The idea is that we can expect a decrease in the price of electric cars. Many models will be launched this year, and it will be more and more interesting and more attractive to aim to have an electric car in the future. So these are the main reasons behind this slight comeback for hybrid cars. I think this is just a temporary trend, but we will see about this.
And on the last slide, we can see the whole portfolio of products, electric products. In that portfolio, we have specifically missing the battery management system, but I assure you it does exist, and BMS is designed in Timișoara. If you're wondering, if you're asking yourself about the location, in Iași, as you've seen, we have DC-DC converters and inverters. That would be all from my side. Once again, thank you for the invitation, and I congratulate you for having this initiative, and I wish you good luck. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Marius Ștefanie. And to conclude on a positive note, we say that we need to be creative and to follow the idea of competition focused on the quality that earlier was mentioned by our colleagues. And from that perspective, single question I'd have, Mr. Ștefanie. You've mentioned about some trends in electric vehicles, saying that these are basically reaching the number of combustion engine-based vehicles. What other change would change dramatically the sector? Every week we hear different pieces of news about solid batteries or things that seem to be a setter, not a follower trend. Well, what do you think that are things that might happen in the next future that will change the image of the sector, of the industry? I came with some comments about solid-state battery from a perspective of someone who is not an expert at all in this sector. Well, I know there are discussions about these batteries for already a long time, and even as of today, it was not proven from what I know whether there are solid-state battery based cars in production. And there is a question mark remaining because the main issue was the high density of the battery. We have about 400 or 500 watts per kilogram, which is actually almost doubled compared to the average we can see currently on our roads. But these are very difficult to put in place, to produce them. It's very expensive. And from what I know, they are facing major challenges in terms of sustainability. The good piece of news is that even from the perspective of traditional batteries with liquid electrolyte or semi-solid liquid, we might reach actually those densities, those figures, and maybe everybody knows about LFP batteries, lithium, iron, and phosphate, which do not include those metals, nickel or cobalt, which are slightly challenging from quite a few points of view. But I want to underline that indeed we presume we estimate correctly, all of us, comparing the present and the past. In the past, the difference between the car brands was consisted in the thermal engine. There was the difference between a Ferrari or a Porsche or any other luxurious or high-performance brand. And the other side was to have a car with an engine coming from Dacia or other, without being part of this well-known brand. And in that case, the engine was making the difference indeed. But currently, this whole range, at least in Vitesco EMR, these electrical machines with the reducer, and which also involve the differential, we reach the moment when they become a commodity. We can buy them almost everywhere. So the figures, the numbers are outstanding in terms of density of electric vehicles, the couples, the maximum speed. Well, we have the negative example, Poșta Cande. It has two speeds, two modules of speed, because almost no car has only two modules of speed. there is still room for improvement, but the difference will not be made by the engines or inverters. The batteries will make the difference starting from nowadays. And whether we like it or not, but China is the top today, is on the top today. But still, I believe we have chances for the West to recover in this sense. Maybe we put some embargo or some other measures. We'll see. Let's give a round of applause for our speakers. Thank them for the intervention. I'm really glad now to announce that we have a networking and brunch session for all of us, which would give us an opportunity to interact with our speakers, colleagues from the room, or everybody you'd like to interact with. At the same time, we have an important message that in parallel we have the Embedded Hackathon open, an event dedicated to those interested in integrated embedded systems, and this event will take place till 1 p.m. We have an hour to enjoy the brunch and visit the Embedded Hackathon. We will see you at 13:15 back. Thank you.
Mersi pentru insight-uri.
Fiecare conectare aduce noi oportunități. Electronica este inima tehnologiei, pulsul schimbărilor din viața noastră. Mai mult de 210 companii din industria electronică din Republica Moldova dezvoltă elemente hardware și software, creează sisteme incorporate, proiectează și produc componente și dispozitive electronice, stăpânesc producția de electronică și microelectronică, nanosenzori, cât și alte tehnologii inovatoare. 6 instituții de învățământ din țară instruiesc astăzi specialiști, tehnicieni, ingineri și cercetători în domeniul electronicii care mâine vor schimba lumea. Electronica. Creăm împreună viitorul. Fiecare conectare aduce noi oportunități. Electronica este inima tehnologiei, pulsul schimbărilor din viața noastră. Mai mult de 210 companii din industria electronică din Republica Moldova dezvoltă elemente hardware și software, creează sisteme incorporate, proiectează și produc componente și dispozitive electronice, stăpânesc producția de electronică și microelectronică, nanosenzori, cât și alte tehnologii inovatoare. 6 instituții de învățământ din țară instruiesc astăzi specialiști, tehnicieni, ingineri și cercetători în domeniul electronicii care mâine vor schimba lumea. Electronica. Creăm împreună viitorul.
Dragi oaspeți, vă zic din nou bună ziua și Hristos a înviat și
Dear guests, hello once again. Thank you for being with us. I am glad to introduce you now Veronica Herza from Green City Lab, who is going to take over the discussion on the energy sector and digitalization. And immediately after that, she will moderate the panel to understand what's next and if we're ready to discuss about it. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for invitation to be with you in this beautiful event. Next, alongside with the panel of discussion that will have with you some actors that are promoting Moldova in this sector, I would like to invite here with the presentation someone that is very special. Starting from January 2023, we had the Minister of Energy created in Moldova. So we understood what energy means after being doctors for a while. So since 2023, we have a Minister of Energy and we have a State Secretary dedicated to the digitalization field. What's the digitalization of the energy sector and what do? We do not have the chance to achieve those country targets. Will Cristina Pereteatcu be the one who tells us about this possibility and the potential? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for invitation. Veronica, thank you for the presentation, for the introduction. If we talk about digital transformation, started in the years 50s or 70s. And at that moment in time, we would not be able to talk about artificial intelligence, who is now present in our activity, machine learning, and the big data. Digital transformation in Moldova has integrated several sectors gradually, some faster, some not so faster, and the energy sector is also doing the first steps in this sense. The war started by Russia in Ukraine has catalyzed the massive changes in Moldova. And I'd like to speak about the first change in Moldova, and that's the idea that we became candidate country to the European Union. The second very important change was generated in the energy sector, especially in those days when the war in Ukraine started. And together with the Ukraine, we have disconnected from the Soviet power grids. We've disconnected from Russian and Belarusian networks or grids, and we did this without our citizens. And we've connected to the European transmission, energy transmission grid from Europe. And normally these tests would take about 15 systems in order to remain connected. But take into account the difficult situation, even since that moment, as of today, we are part of this grid. And the third very important change was the creation of a Ministry of Energy as a result of the crisis in the energy sector, which was generated by the war. What's our current situation in the energy sector? We actually today depend 100% from imports. The natural gas used in Moldova are 100% imported. Oil products are also 100% important, and about 80% of the power energy, electrical energy we use come from Transnistria, from outside. The other 20% is from Moldova and from Transnistria. But when we talk about the strategic energy goals till 2050, we have a vision and a national energy and climate plan and a legal document that is to be approved at the national level. So to detail a little bit in terms of this information, first of all, we talk about energy security. What currently energy security means? This actually means that we need to make sure we have gas stocks. We need to make sure that we invest in renewable energy, that we digitalize the energy sector, and that we invest in innovations. We need to make sure that our energy markets are competitive, and in this sense, we've already brought the OPCOM and energy stock in our discussions. When we talk about energy stock exchange, when we talk about the architecture of Soviet buildings, for these buildings, 50% of energy is lost due to the concrete blocks, the structure from concrete of the buildings we live in. That's why we need to invest in the apartments that we have, to change the facades, the windows, the doors, and for the future to make sure that the blocks which are built both in Chișinău or outside Chișinău are energy efficient. And another major goal is to make sure that we protect our customers and the energy poverty is decreasing. And of course, we talk about energy sustainability, renewable energy, and lower emissions. At least till 2030, according to this National Energy and Climate Plan, we have the obligation to triple the production of renewable energy from renewable resources in Moldova. So we have 11% by 2013. We'd like to have 27% or even more. Well, now let's come back to the digitalization aspect. What have we proposed to do and what we've already started to do? We talk about the smart metering and modular digitalization of the sector. We also talk about cyber security and safeguarding of our energy infrastructure, and also fostering innovation, or sandboxes, so-called sandboxes in English. All these elements are related to digitalization. Last year in June, with the support of UNDP pilot program and the support of Italian government, we have started the smart metering project. And in that project, we've assumed to install 35,000 smart meters. We've installed already more than 3,000. In the next 6 months, we are about to install the other 32,000 remain. And via this project, we want to test this preferential price, tariff price, to have a cost-benefit analysis, which we would develop and present to the National Energy Regulatory Agency. And by this project, we want to modernize the energy sector, because even if it sounds too common, without these smart meters, without modernization, without smart grids, we cannot evolve in the other areas in the energy sector. The next project that we want to implement to create a national register of consumption data, because currently in Moldova have different identification codes, if we can call them so, and every one of us, each one of us, when they receive the bills for gas, electricity, they are quantified measures. They have different measures every month, so this creates confusion. Basically, in this digitalization process, we want, for the long term, in our own profile or our own account on that platform to have, on the one hand, the possibility to pay for the bills, and on the other hand, using this personal profile, and whilst having this smart meter at home, to be able to connect the washing machine remotely to make it function, or if we have a TV or AC appliance, again, to be able to do this remotely. And this registry of data basically will integrate also the geospatial information, and the platforms owned by the state, and those purchases will be integrated, and I believe that this smart concept will be fully absorbed by the energy sector, including by this project. Another very interesting initiative, maybe if it's for the no, it's not for us. Well, these are the energy sandboxes, kind of a playground elements. The sandboxes which are meant for playing, but if we talk about energy sector, these are spaces for testing the ideas of innovators that have no other place to test this. What would be the added value of this element? Given that Moldova is not part of the European Union, is not so bureaucratized, and when we talk about innovation, it's very important to take into account the speed in this process. And while studying the speed in this innovation testing in other countries, which lasts maybe to 5 years, we want this Moldova to be faster. In that sense, we have already a law which is prepared. We want investors to invest in Moldova, to work with the engineers on the spot, so that for the long term, we make sure that we have enough people that stay in Moldova and that are able to promote the innovations. On that slide, you have a few of those successful areas like electromobility, differentiated tariffs, smart grids, integration of renewable energy sources. Basically, the idea is that the energy sector is developing quite fast, and possibly, as of today, we don't know what will be the status of the energy sector in about 5 years in terms of innovations. And I reiterate, in order to do this, we need the digitalization of the energy sector. Cyber security, again, which goes hand in hand with the digitalization of the energy sector, has become a need and a challenge for our country. And by the way, the cyber attacks already became something natural, something common for our country, unfortunately. But it is our duty to equip our energy sector with software equipment that can protect the energy sector, protect the data, avoid losses of data breaches. And we also propose to create a cyber operations center, a unique center for the whole sector, because that's the critical infrastructure, and that's of major importance for the safety of a country. To conclude, I would like to mention that the challenges are huge. And I would lie to you if I would tell you that everything is okay. But on the other hand, the support that Moldova benefits from currently is unprecedented, especially investments in the energy sector. Investments in the energy sector, which are meant to help us to succeed everything we proposed, reach to amounts of hundreds of millions of euro. But there's a big element in this equation, in this formula, that we have a vision, and this helps us. And we also have a dynamic team within our ministry, and I believe that's the key for our success in order to achieve what we have proposed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Pereteatcu, for the presentation of the realities, as you said. So maybe we would like that These are not also challenges. But for sure, if we draw a line in this short period of time since the Ministry of Energy was created, even though we had a lot of challenges, things have moved forward, and we are grateful for that to the Ministry of Energy. I was saying that in this second half of the day, alongside with the presentation from the Madam State Secretary, we will have also a discussion panel called "Are we ready for remote smart meter reading?" Well, yes or no, we will find the answer only after we discuss with those who I invite. Here on the scene, Mr. Ruslan Casico, Commercial Director, ADD Group, Mr. Alecu Dragomir from Orcolia Lux, Mr. Sergiu Petra, Manager of Grids of Networks, of Primary Energy Networks. In a few moments, I hope that we will have with us Mr. Sergiu Cigula from Red North. If he is not in the room, we will wait for him. Next, we have Mr. Iulian Mihailov, expert in digitalization from energy sector, and Mr. Gheorghe Girjev from BSW Tech. First of all, thank you very much for accepting our invitation, and today we will try to discuss openly, to discuss about the pros and cons, the do's and don'ts of the process, maybe to reach out to some conclusions and to some clarity in terms of the future roadmap. Well, actually, from a regulatory point of view, I believe that we are okay. We have Article 11 from Energy Strategy 2030, which mentions the need to develop these smart grids. The Law 139 defines the notions, the terms of smart equipment and smart grid. Article 7 in this document defines the ways to install these equipment. Welcome, Mr. Sergio, by the way. As we were saying, we do have this regulatory framework, but still there's some barriers. My first question for Mr. Ruslan. Mr. Casico, you represent ADD Group, developer and producer of smart metering solutions, which was created in 1992. So we have important people in Moldova already for a long time. The company has about 400 employees, and they produce meters and other appliances. You provide different hardware, software tools, including energy meters, connectors, and applications for connection of this data. Your company is also known abroad, Moldovan borders, or maybe mostly it's well known abroad. Yes, you're right. Well, what are still the barriers from your point of view for it to be present on the local market? Is there the resistance, reluctance from the authorities, from the operators, from the community, in terms of accepting for us that it's time to change? Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your question. I believe that we've faced some barriers in the past which didn't allow us to install the smart meters in the Republic of Moldova. Maybe we didn't have arguments, justifications from economic point of view, but given that we are aimed to go to to join the European Union, and we want to focus on energy efficiency. And also, as it was said during the day, there are also some goals which are not related only to the European Union, but also to the energy security of the society. We can currently see that our government, our society, the suppliers, the distribution operators, they like a lot this idea. Maybe we'll envisage or foresee some barrier from the society which will accept slightly harder, slightly slower the smart metering process, because smart metering creates possibilities to quantify the energy in real time, to measure the energy consumption in real time conditions with a lot of accuracy. And this must, first of all, that some consumers will receive their real bills based on their real consumption volumes. Because when we talk about the smart meter, it has a very high sensitivity, and when we talk about a charger for the smartphone, which consumes very few energy, very less, not so much energy, this consumption is registered also. This has been accepted in several countries in Europe and across the world, and this gives us the possibility to rationalize the energy consumption, to use multiple tariffs which are different at particular moments of the day. And this will change the consumption pattern and will lead to savings and rationalized use of energy. The idea is a very good one, the one that we are putting now in place. Our government does, and it is very important to mention that we have this experience in this sense from the European Union. We need to inform as much as possible this society in order for the people to accept positively these changes, because the changes are indeed very, very good, very positive, and these lead us to a safer future in terms of energy. Thank you very much. So if we conclude, we shall understand that as of today, we already have the openness of the authorities, we have openness from the operators. The only problem is with the customers, in order to make them to have a clarity, more clarity in this sense. I think yes, because we had some promoting activities, some advertising related to the pilot project that was recently launched, and we can see the reaction of society in relation to different platforms, and there are some categories of people that do not accept this, or they think that there will be a negative trend saying that they will have higher bills. From this point of view, we need to inform the society in a very detailed way about the benefits of this process. But, yes, you're right. Madam Pereteatcu mentioned about the pilot project implemented with support of UNDP, Moldova, and the Italian government. And I wanted to ask Mr. Petra and Mr. Ciugula, those who interact firstly with the final customers, those who are beneficiaries of this pilot project. Mr. Petra, for Premier Energy, this pilot program, is it actually a challenge or an opportunity? And from your point of view, will it help us to be closer to the differentiated tariffs or prices, or it's for us still a long way till that moment? Thank you very much for the invitation. Let's see now what we are doing. It's not for Premier Energy, but our effort, the effort of the government, is for the customer, for the energy user in Moldova, for the citizens. And this is meant to bring more benefits for the consumer, for the customer, and also, as Madam Pereteatcu mentioned, the pilot project needs to be concluded with analysis of costs and benefits, which will estimate the feasibility and efficiency of this pilot project and the efficiency of the process of installing smart meters in Moldova. Therefore, benefits will be not only for the customer in terms of reducing the bills for electricity or bills or costs, and when we talk about the differentiated tariffs that will be applied, But this pilot project is a step towards implementation of differentiated tariffs. Moreover, we've had several legal amendments, and we only have to implement some secondary elements in order to put this in practice. We are looking forward for an National Energy Regulatory Agency to mobilizing in relation to the drafts we are talking about. If we talk about data accuracy of data used for billing, this is also very important. When we talk about differentiated tariffs, we talk about amending or changing the behavior in the final customers, which is meant to help us finally to have a system and the load, a curve in the load, which will be as efficient as possible, because we have a very distorted one currently. And this will also help us in improving the distribution services, quality of services. We talk about services which are delivered when the customer will, the supply will, the customer will find out that they have been disconnected or have lost the connection to the energy grid. They will not have to contact the supplier anymore. We'll have this find out about this in real time. This is about the low voltage, maybe for future for the high voltage grids. And we also talk about financial resources, about funds which are needed, and if these are mobilized, this will help us to mobilize and program and develop programs in terms of CATEX. POPEX. We talk about different elements in Europe, for example, where information from the smart grids is used for predictive maintenance. And this helps considerably the system, and these are actually benefits which will finally benefit or be on the side of the final customer. The project is actually at its first stage, and we as Premier Energy Distribution, we've installed the first 3,000 meters. We are now at the moment when we ensure communication connection of the meters with the remote meters reading. The next stage, as Madam State Secretary said, is to purchase the other 32,000 for the other distributors, so that later when we switch to another important stage, because the meter without data storage and processing system is not useful at all. So the distributors and suppliers of electricity need information in this sense for these processes. That's another stage of the pilot project, and later on the practical elements that will be acquired during this project will be used for bringing financial elements, so for developing the cost-benefit analysis. And so this is very important, and I want to thank Ministry of Energy and UNDP, who have been so generous in offering this support for us. And I believe that there was never such a gift before provided to our users.
Thank you. By summarizing the list of advantages, I understand this is an opportunity for Nord. What is the stage you are at, and is this an opportunity or a challenge for you? Hello, thank you for the invitation. We look at all innovation as an opportunity from the beginning. Currently, in ADD, we have a small project for transformation. The tests are showing that the data accuracy is very high, so the reading of the meters is okay. We are discussing about a small project which does not show all the situation that could be applicable for the national level. We will see how the energy will perform. My colleague mentioned the advantages. We are not only discussing about delivering data from the field to the operator, supplier, and the consumer, but we're also discussing about the quality of electricity, about reacting in a timely manner. And this means that the consumer has different benefits from remote reading. Because oftentimes people just think that they will have accurate data. This is not we're discussing about. The dispatch center can react in due time. Fraud can be prevented, and so on. So there are a lot of benefits from remote smart meter reading. Thank you, Mr. Dragomir. Orcolia Lux is offering automation solutions, and this is based on Avant solutions and for low and medium converters, switchers. What do you bring to this area? Hello, thank you for this invitation. I would like to express or mention our experience in this field. SCADA is an English term, system control and data acquisition. So we have both control and data acquisition. So this SCADA abbreviation is used at all industry levels. This is not only in the energy sector, it's also in robotics, in satellites businesses. So even when satellites are sent to Mars, we are using SCADA because we are controlling what crater they are going to. We have graduated from the technical university, and we have developed industrial automatization at the international level. As a market in Moldova, we don't have industrial robots with SCADA technology, but we have widely implemented 4.0 industry. What does this mean in telemetry? We don't only have remote monetization of factories, but also remote control on robots and machinery. And if we are promoting these European ideas related to the directives, the European market is already saturated. We are implementing it in Moldova. And if needed, we are using the 4.0 certification, which involves mandatory remote control monitoring of the production and so on. And we are going further to 5.0, which is the recovery of electricity. How does this take place? How can we get certified in the recovery of electricity? You know that you have a swing in your home and it goes up and down. This is based on inertia. Even if we have a car and we push the brake, the energy goes to the brakes. 5.0 industry means that we recover the energy back to the grid where we took the energy from. We are in this area of industrial automatization, and we promote the recovery of energy. And I had prepared the photo with industrial automatization made in Moldova with industrial robots. This is an industrial robot for cardboard boxes. This is in Italy. We have projects all over the world, in the US, in China, in Germany, and we are implementing industrial automatization at a high scale. And this is certified 4.0. There are international integrators, Italian or German, that are not all compliant with this certification. And by digitalizing the remote control and monitoring system, we are bringing 4.0 from the European Committee, and they are compensating a certain percentage if we digitalize the production line. This is a benefit for the factory. So we need to take in this idea. And when you are asking what technologies are you bringing through these SCADA systems and industrial automatization, remote control, monitoring, and 5.0 recovery of electricity. And the actors in the energy market need to bring it back. This is what's related to industrial automatization and SCADA. You mentioned several countries, inclusively European countries. Do you have projects in Moldova? SCADA systems in the energy field are being implemented in Moldova. This is being implemented in renewable energy, wind energy, and photovoltaic system. These windmill parks, these generators, should be monitored and controlled remotely by system operators like Premier Energy, Red Nord. I have 3 players on the market. So we are supplying a service that was taken from the industry of robots. And we are offering this service, ready-made parks with SCADA systems. Thank you very much. For sure that the replacement of traditional meters with smart meters involves some costs. Mr. Mihai, as an expert in the digitalization of the energy sector, you know this from a technical point of view and from the point of view of the skills of the human resources in the Republic of Moldova. From your point of view, how can we cope with this challenge? The National Integrated Plan for Energy and Climate has several measures, inclusively implementing measures for advanced metering solutions to better respond to the demand of remote metering. And according to this roadmap for the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Environment, this should be implemented by 2030. And according to the estimations, we need a budget of 43.7 million euro. Can we do this? First of all, hello everyone. Maybe I think we could manage to do all of this because the first step for a smart grid, because we are discussing not only between specialists but also in the society about this. This means an interaction between 3 fields. We need an interdisciplinary approach. From my observations, approximately 20% is energy and 80% communication and data processing. Because this metering system means that we need to collect data and then process it, because if we only collect it, we don't have added value. If we are discussing about national plan for energy and climate, we are discussing about energy efficiency, and it's important to have a consumption culture. We know that before everything was very cheap, inclusively the gas and the light was on all the time, the gas was used all the time, and in order to be able to do this, we need to involve all parties, not only the distributors or the suppliers, but also the consumers. They also have to be educated for this. There are many producers that are offering different solutions. And I could quote the minister when he was asked in one interview whether the tariffs for energy are not high. And he said that there are now high tariffs. We need to have a culture of consumption. So we need to offer an alternative calculation to consumers, because if we have calculations every quarter of an hour, we can show the consumer that if they turn on the washing machine during the night, they would have a different consumption and so on. Besides this, we are discussing about the load for the grid, and Moldova Electrica is only involved in transportation, but they are also involved. The voltage is very high, and in order for them to cope with the quality parameters that are required, so this will have to be offered so that the home appliances can function properly, because if they are not, the fridge will be broken and so on. And we have different activities that we need to manage to do, because it's the first time we are trying to do this at the national level. Attempts to have remote meter reading have been present before, but the idea was to solve a small bundle of issues. Now we have a big problem that we need to solve. But this happens only if we can, if the consumers will understand, because we cannot discuss with those who would like to steal energy, and will no longer be able to do this because we will catch them. So you are saying that we need to focus on the communication with the consumers. Indeed, probably the perception of the society will be very important, because now we are using funds from grants. And as my colleague said from Premier Energy, this is like a gift. But we will not have such gifts forever. And we will need to change the regulation so that when people see that the benefits are higher than the costs, they will do this. But investing in energy, in technology, just because it is wow, it's no use. But if we see that there are many things that we can use, we'll probably have success. Mr. Gheorghe Girjev, you, just like the others present here, have more clients in Europe than in the Republic of Moldova. I assume you can correct me if I'm wrong. And you are offering services for software development on demand. From what I learned, you managed to implement project on the digitalization in farming, the smart house, and so on. From your point of view, what are the biggest challenges in integrating this system with the electricity grid or the gas system? Because I understand you have plans inclusively in implementing smart meters in gas systems. Yes, hello everyone. Regarding the challenges, if we are discussing about the electricity smart meters and we want everyone to have this, we have the law on the differentiated tariffs. But we developed these models for smart meters because we discussed internally in ACEM. We discussed with Alexandru and Ruslan. We had a heated discussion, and After listening to what they said, I found out that Ruslan said that they are not focused on Moldova. They are mostly working for other markets, and Alex is saying that they have success with this in Moldova, but they are purchasing this from China. And I was upset. I said we need to have a module that is made in Moldova, and that we should be able to have maintenance for this and to bring added value to contribute to the digitalization. So this is the main idea. It's very interesting. We will find out what you were discussing about. Everything started from the fact that digitalization is ongoing in the area of smart metering. And we were discussing about how could we contribute or how could we create a consortium. And during these discussions, we discussed to have a consortium with Alecu and also with Ruslan. And maybe they will think about using our modules for their meters for Moldova and for other countries also. And this way we can help each other and bring added value and can contribute to the digitalization in our country. I will have a digression. In 2016, when I went to the water and sewage company, I tried to have this smart metering. After I used these remote reading meters, I found out that there is ATD group which was not very interested on the local market. Now I understand that you had these heated discussions. Mr. Ruslan, will you be more present on the local market, or you are more interested in having a good name outside? Yes, of course, we are interested in the local market. And actually, we implemented a pilot project in 2013 for energy smart meters. But probably at that time, the economic conditions were not favorable for mass investment for rollout of smart metering. And now we have these favorable conditions. This is determined by the internal market, by the decisions of the government, but also this is due to the external factors, the war in Ukraine, which made us look towards European distribution networks. Now we have already delivered smart meters for electricity at this first stage of the project launched by UNDP. And we are monitoring this project with high interest. We really want to have smart metering in the Republic of Moldova. We are present in 35 countries with more than 8 million electricity meters. Now we have launched a new product. This is a water meter. And what you mentioned about 2016, it's not that we were not interested in that project, but we did not have the product. Now we have it, and I will tell you a bit later about this. And I'm coming back to the discussions that we had with Gheorghe and Alecu. They were not related to our presence on the local market or to the lack of initiatives for collaboration. Just that smart metering has this important component, communication. There are different communication technologies. We are using the communication technologies on the distribution line. The electricity line is a source of communication between the meters that are accumulating data and the software. So we are using this technology. It's been more than 20 years since we started using it. It is good from the point of view of cost and efficiency. And in most of the EU, approximately 85% of the technologies that are used in the European Union for smart metering projects are based on PLC, on distribution networks. And this is where we had discussions about the type of technology that should be used for the Republic of Moldova. It's not about the origin or where these models are produced in China or Moldova, because we are a local producer and we are producing this in Moldova. We have a closed circle, but there are different opinions on the market on which is the best technology for smart metering for electricity. Some are saying that this is PLC, others are saying that this is short distance radio frequency, others say that there are other technologies that are better for longer ranges. And this is what we were discussing about, what is the best technology for the Republic of Moldova. We have experience for 8 million meters in 35 countries, and in 99% of these projects we are using PLC technology. It is confirmed that it is working and it is optimized. But we discussed with Georgia that indeed 1.5 months after the discussion, yes, indeed 1.5 months after the discussion, we analyzed the market and we saw that within 12 months, the pilot project aimed to have 35,000 meters, and we decided that you are using PLC. Aleco says that LoRa is feasible. We did this in a record time, 1.5 months. This is the module that you are seeing. Why LoRa? Because there are areas where it's difficult to reach, and you can have a mobile antenna or traditional antenna, and you can have the transmission of data. And everything is related to the cost. So you need to take an old meter, throw it away, and take a new one. But here we can just replace the module in the meter. In the end, the suppliers will receive the data, but without additional cost. So that the others understand what is the difference between LoRa Advanced and PLC, we will go to the other members. Mr. Dragomir, the implementation of smart meters in a wide range and in different locations involves technical challenges. Ensuring communication between the meters and central data systems and the security of data are technical obstacles. How can we overcome this from your point of view? Because you were also part of that discussion. I will start by describing the projects that we have already implemented. And I will ask you to display the presentation so that it's more clear. We are focused on demand, on the issues. As we say in the school, First, we have the task, and then we are trying to solve this task. We had different challenges, and this is why we approached all possibilities from technical and economical points of view. And here we have a brief description. What type of telemetry can we have? How can we transmit data? So this can be through radio or through electricity lines. Well, this is also fiber wires, but this is something different. And the radio can be divided in GSM. We know the mobile phones. The advantage is that we have national coverage. We have 3 or 4 operators. The second is wireless MPAS. This is regulated in the European directive. This is dedicated for remote meter reading. This means 300 meters. We also have drive-by and walk-by, whether you have the reader in your packet or you are in the car and this reads the data. We need staff, transportation, salaries, and so on. And we are going to the next technology, LoRaWAN. It's not just a LoRa. We have Sigfox, probably NB-IoT. But this is a new technology that is using an unlicensed connection of 868 megahertz, and the distance is 15 kilometers from the reader. So in this case, we have an antenna and a Wi-Fi, as we all have in our offices, but we have the LoRaWAN protocol, just like Wi-Fi. This is for data exchange. So these are the players on the wireless market. If you are discussing about wired transmission, as Ruslan mentioned, we have electricity lines, a PLC model. We also have this in our kitchen, for example. This has a limitation from the point of view of the electricity grid. There could be connections, so there could not be connections. So it depends on the electricity lines. We are mostly focused on the wireless area, LoRa or Sigfox. There are different players on the market. Sigfox is licensed, it has a subscription, and LoRaWAN is free of charge. If we are focused on LoRaWAN, we have 15 kilometers distance for reading, and we have implemented some projects. And I will show you briefly what can we do and how can this remote reading be done. Not just for the electricity meter, but also for water, gas meters, and for heating, and for green energy. Well, for the energy sources, the energy meter has infinite sources. We can send information from morning till evening. But what about the water meters? We need a battery. We have an issue in terms of source of the energy. For the metering, yes, we have. For the electricity, we have infinite access to energy, but for the others, that's not the case. So, from my point of view, we want to have this thing unified at the national level. All the indicators for water, for electricity, to have this unified in a single database. Why do we want this? Because the operator, for example, Moldova Electrica or Premier Energy, they have their own reading soft. But, well, softs are, since we've started to work in this field, since 21 Fenosa
was created, for example. Now we have primary energy, but still, the softs are basically how they are. Maybe they are not compatible with the new technologies, or they might be changed, updated, but maybe we would have a new soft developing this support, or Mr. Georgi or some others would give support in terms of developing a new service to store all the data. So to have it compatible with all the softs and all these elements to be integrated on a single platform. Here we can see the smart metering through the radio GSM channel for using the national operators. I don't know if you can see very well, but we've had a project focused on the green energy, so wind energy and photovoltaic energy. So we are monitoring the energy meters remotely and we read the parameters that we need, but we focus on the GSM technology. Next, LoRaWAN technology, a different project. Yes, it's smart metering for electricity. Again, we have single-phase meters, and this project was implemented even in the campus of the technical university we have here, and in Botanica neighborhood in Chișinău. Yes, it's a successful project. We have single-phase meters in every room, and this reading is done every hour. With the phones, maybe we have the issues. We have different altitudes, different regions where we can read or cannot. But we focus and we bring the network to the situation when it works and it gives us the results. Next, we have projects with water meters. We have projects that focus on 1,000 or 200 meters, and again, this ensures 100% reading. That's what has been implemented in Moldova, and now the most recent project is with the metering of the gas network. In Moldova Gas, we have several branches, several subdivisions, and we do this per subdivision, and they purchase the meters how they know. But again, we have these electronic products, and we can do this according to Made in Moldova technology. So we need to have smart metering according to the standards made in Moldova. Well, the answer to your question, how do we see the challenges in terms of cybersecurity and others? Yes, this can be solved. We have specialists with certificates in terms of security, advanced security systems. So we shall not invent the wheel, but just to be very careful, very attentive in this sense. From our point of view, with the experience in project implementation, but if you ask, are we ready? Yes, I tell you, we are ready, but this should be done, for example, via the university. If you ask the automatic department, what is SCADA? Do they know this or not? What is smart metering, cybersecurity, and so on and so forth? Well, we have the faculty that might know this concept, but we need to have projects or case studies in order for them to get more familiarized with this field, not to work privately in silo with our own forces. We need to join the forces. So from our point of view, we are ready to implement the smart metering. Well, of course, having our own point of view, our own position, which we're ready to share. Thank you very much. But if we talk about Socrates, whilst in one of his trial, where two participants were present and every participant had their own point of view, he said, "You are both right." So now, Mr. Mikhailov, I'll ask you to be Socrates now. Well, if we draw a line in terms of the remote reading technology, we would have two projects, LoRaWAN and the PLC. What are the pros and cons for every of these ones? And what do you think about the discussion that was quite hot? But Mr. Mikhailov said, please do not fight here also. Well, if we talk about that hot discussion previously, I believe that they are civilized and very good people, good specialists. I know them very well, and I know that hard discussions between engineers happen very often, and often on Friday after working hours. Is it good to happen? Yes, because if it would not happen, if we would not discuss these possible or impossible things, we would not have reached the moment when we have all these technologies. So from my point of view, the team working in this project, which I'm part of, uh, I work I work with this team and I have the technical part. And at that moment when I've started, not all the employment elements were not launched yet. And we had different discussions, more or strong or not. I didn't discuss so strongly with Aleku, but with others in terms of LoRaWAN to understand what to do. Maybe to separate currently this thing into big groups. If we talk about LoRaWAN, actually that's part of a technology called low power wide area network. So it's a network which, under these modern conditions, has a high efficiency and low consumption and could cover large areas of territory. So we have two types, LoRaWAN and SIGTech. These two elements are based on developed elements from a French company. These come from the working areas for secondary waves. So there are secondary waves, secondary bands, for example, which you might use like Wi-Fi. And we have narrowband IoT, and there is another technology, LTE-M, which has more than 40 years. The mobile internet we are enjoying, all of us. And this is related to the cell operator or mobile operator. All these four elements focus on customers which are get charged from battery. So for the gas, for example, it's thought to have this technology. For example, for cell operator or mobile operator, which is well developed because they should not think on saving on that because they need to have efficiency. This might work. They might work with a private company that have some PCBs developed, maybe locally. They could think at everything. And there's also the side of electricity, which is more critical because we have a blackout. Now we're all lost. Because as long as this cell is present with the mobile operators, we will have connection with the outside world. But once the mobile network and the optic fibers is down, then we are lost. If we don't have water, for example, for 2 days, we can go fetch water from the well. But if electricity is down, then we are lost or disconnected from the world. The fridge doesn't function and different other appliances, so it's bad. That's why we focus on a stricter path. We had a possibility to study the experience from countries where we have the advanced smart metering at the more advanced stage, and they've started from 2011. They've gone through all the mistakes and to try to avoid these mistakes, because some mistakes include harder consequences, which are have bad results. And such things happened in Germany, where when they were ready to have a fast rollout, when they had serious consequences, and they involved international security at that moment, because they stopped everything and they needed 6 years again to start the process from the beginning. So the national security structure said you should stop here, set some new rules, and this was a incentive, a stimulation at the national level for a new start. Well, the main idea in my speech now is the gas network. We need to create a grid, a network which focuses on the distribution of gas or water, for example. We have the pipeline that supplies the water. We have the sewage system, but this is not metered. And we have the energy, the thermal energy, which is metered. But electricity only mostly comes to us. But there are also the users of photovoltaic grids, which might give something to the grid if they have a surplus. And those who produce the energy, they need to respond, to be liable, to be responsible for the energy they give, because they need to give quality energy, and the state is controlling this. So we need a system that will strictly control every kilowatt per hour, because the energy and the electricity supplier, well, according to the law, we have separated distribution operators, and when we say primary energy, well, we know that we have primary energy distribution, and the second company is the distributor. And in the north, we have Red Energy North and distributor, the supplier. So it's two parts. And besides that, we have two more options which did not exist before. And if we focus, let's take the mobile phone. We have a prepaid package. If we run out of minutes, we are cut from the network. But with the electricity, this does not happen this way. If you do not pay your bills, you risk at a particular moment to be disconnected from the grid. So at this moment, the team comes, they introduce themselves. I'm here to disconnect you from the grid, the electricity grid, because you've not paid it. So if you've paid meantime before we got to you, please show us a confirming document, and we just leave. But if that's not the case, they just disconnect you from the grid, and you stay in this situation until you do not pay the bill, the debt. But when we have the remote control, we will not have this case when the team comes to your door and disconnects you from the grid. And especially if we speak about the rural areas, this involves also some transportation costs, which are quite high. I am not allowed to talk about figures, but the amounts in terms of disconnections and reconnections to the grid are very high. So if we go beyond this cap in terms of costs for the disconnections and connection, we'll have a good yield return in the project, because the projects are very good in this sense. But once we have the remote disconnection, we have this time-critical element. Meaning in time, because on the phone, when you use the Kiwi device or any other device at the gas station, it takes a few minutes to reconnect you again to the network. So if for the electricity should be the same. If a person would go at 2 o'clock in the night to pay for the bill, then we would need to reconnect them to the grid again. But this might have some risks. Let's take, for example, some guy that might like to do some pranks on the network. They might just hack the network and try to disconnect the people to and from the grid. And there were also some cases when these agents, the officer, needed to come physically to disconnect the customers from the network. They would need to come physically and might get some physical injuries. Maybe the microphone was disconnected because the bill was not paid. Let's say if someone would pay the technical team and connect back the microphone. So this remote disconnection or connection is critical in time, but this needs to be secured, because in advanced processes there are some risks. If it's physical, there are risks for the life, but if it's a remote, it's for cybersecurity. We might have some false data, some fake data, or information, because if, for example, in Brunch there was an accident on the grid because there is strong wind, we have a lot of airlines, and these are mostly outdated. People just will get in the street and will not say, let's bring down the red node or punish the red node, but they will say government is the guilty one. They will protest against the government, starting from the local one and coming to the central one and even coming to Masons and so on. So we need some education in this sense also, but it's much to do. In that sense, we've conducted a study in terms of solutions, and we found out that for the volume of information that we need to collect once in an hour, we've divided the segments per 15 minutes each. And if we look at the group of meters that will mostly be embed the PLC, they need to look at the volume of data, because this goes beyond the volume of data that a mobile network would cover. So the meters between them and the other network should have a limit, or the big household consumers, because they would have different measuring elements. So we would use, they would use the M2M communication, machine communication. But once we use this remote metering, according to the European standards, the mobile communications will not work. And we hope to have some LAN channels, because mobile communication give us best effort elements, but that's not the best case. So we've discovered that we are not the smartest one, but for example in Spain, where they've implemented very much this advanced smart metering technologies, and our manufacturer local, they also contributed to this. They use the LAN channels for that. We've also developed some elements for trafficking. If we talk about the last mile of metering, we talk about household meters and some element which is remotely. Transformation station. So for this element from customer to transformation station, it is proposed to us to use some technologies like LoRaWAN or Sigfox. There is someone that promotes this. But the issue is that when we talk about distribution of water, thermal energy, water, and electricity, there's no issue. Because this might be easier brought to the European standard. But I've calculated for the electricity, at the electricity fairs, they presented LoRaWAN, but this is not for metering per hour. For example, in Germany, there's a lot of remote villages or areas where it was proposed to be used this infrastructure with meteor or weather sensors, and it was presumed for these sensors to read the meters, and this was okay. But PLC is supposed to already work in the European Union, and the Red North has done a study with another company, and all these lines were buried underground. And this was done very rapidly and very well. We've seen that this works. This is a modernization, but we've seen that Premier Energies has some remains from the Soviet infrastructure, and they installed this also in that aspect, in that case, and we've seen that it works. So we'll have some large channels borrowed from the national operators. Maybe the mobile lines will be like a reserve for us to have a higher resilience, because the relays already are elements of automation, and we need to have very well set automated channels. And next we will test the technology that will read in the residential buildings in Chișinău these meters, when we'll group these meters and they will be read through a serial interface. We have, for example, an iDomus company. They have tested the equipment manufactured by them, and they understood that it worked very well. I cannot tell you how many times in an hour they read this, but their meters had a memory that collected data. So we'll have 3 meter reading scenarios, 2 based on PLC plus radio for reserving or booking, and we'll have the technology looking at the serial interface. And besides that, the equipment that will allow the reading of meters will have a very robust securing system, and we will have some firewall also, and we'll have a very sound, strict system operator control. There will not be access to the network. And one other recommendation from our cybersecurity expert was that we need to switch to eSIM security if we would use the cell lines, the mobile lines as a channel. So this will not be like a revolution, but this will be a gradual revolution. And if the local embedders or manufacturers will write some softwares for them, they will have a big national sandbox where they will be able to test technologies for which we have approaches and requests from Romania in order to understand whether they can repeat this experience, to understand what they can take over from us. So we will do our side, then the other parts will do the part with the permission of the mobile communication operators and with the gas supply and water supply. This will be done in time, and I think we will have an advanced infrastructure. Well, I believe that your response was like the Socrates. You both are right. I just hope that in the end we will have some more time to debate, to discuss more on this subject. Now I'd like to come back to Mr. Petra. You've actually discussed and presented that smart meters allow real-time monitoring and reading of meters, of indications. And most of these indications or these connections, customers are with Premier Energy. Well, if we think about this project and the further pilot project, will this help you manage the situation in the context when where most of the renewables are concentrated with Premier Energy? Where smart meters are part of the smart grids, and we understood, I think, this even this first part of this day. And when we talk about smart meters, we focus a lot on data reading, because even if we look at our subject that we discussed today, the data reading is not only about reading the indications from the meters. When we talk about smart meters and the renewable energy producers, they are obliged according to the law enforced to install individually on their own those meters. Even the customers, even if it sounds strange, they will need to install individually these meters. I understood that we talk about positive elements and real situations. So we've obliged the customers, according to the last amendments, to install smart meters with registration per intervals, but without remote transmission. And I wonder, why did the ministry allow this? I tried to persuade them, but they did not get it till the end. If we talk about the other meters, we've discussed with the LECU, we have a pilot project conducted within the company, so that you do not think that we do not pay attention to what the other colleagues in Moldova, even smaller colleagues. Via the smart meter, except for the indications of the meters according to the law on the grid, we send some other indications, power values of the current reactive powers. And this somehow has reduced from the burden of investments in this sense, because a solution that was implemented in the past was quite costly. So now we have the possibility to implement these values besides this head-on system, and data which are sent through SCADA and later on sent to the transportation system operator. That's why this element becomes a complex one. It's an element that sends a lot of information, this meter, and it's important for this information to be sent in real time in order to be processed, to be used in operation, and to be digested, to be processed, because we might have a lot of information but not understand how to use this. Thank you very much. We were saying that we discussed good and bad things, the realities as per se. Well, Mr. Chigula, within the Green City Lab, we have a MES system, energy management system, which has currently more than 5,000 institutions included, and this monitors the consumption of water, gas, electricity, thermal energy consumption. Honestly, there are some gaps in the information provided by Red Note, but that's not your fault. These are due to the human factor and other issues, but at the same time, this would imply some support or investment in terms of billing technology. Is Red North prepared for this change, or in this pilot project, what's the number of meters that will be installed or to be installed on the territory that you are covering? And is it to ensure your first step to get ready for the digitalization itself at a larger scale? Well, thank you for your question. Energy billing is actually related on the supplier, not on Red North. But when we talk about data management, the management of data from the field, when we talk about meter, modem, well, actually we focused on the first phase, meter, transmission and modem, and that's all. But actually the process is quite vast, and the issue is larger. It's not the initial reading. For the initial reading, the things are clear. There is the technology, we know how things work, we know the pros and cons, the strengths and weaknesses of every technology, which are the disadvantages. But when we talk about data processing, that's actually the issue. Collection of big volumes of data is not useful. When sometimes it gets confused, it disturbs and process and makes very complex the process of data use and processing. When we talk about Red North, when we talk about this 15,000 meters, and obviously in this sense we will impose step-by-step solving of issues, including collecting data from the ground, sending them to the supplier, billing, and so on. And in that sense, we really need to work a lot. As of today, we do have some pilot projects which are ongoing. Maybe to go more in detail, the colleagues are very trustful that they have some data system which work very well. Yeah, mostly that's the case, but till these are not tested on the ground, we cannot say that this technology is viable on the market, because every time we have some technical issues during the process, and these indeed have to be tested in the field. From our previous experience, we've tested several pilot projects. Some have been successful, some less successful. But if we want to focus on safe technologies coming from outside the country, then they are costly, and we have this the decrease in the benefit. But if we focus on the local development of technologies, we would need to give some more time to the developers and technology promoters to develop, to find out more about the subject, and to work more. We've obviously said, and we say all the time, that every implementation of pilot project, every innovation is an opportunity, not a challenge. Yes, we do believe so, even though there is a lot of issues appearing during the implementation of a pilot. We still choose to do that because we allow the soft developers, equipment developers to grow. Or the idea is whether we let them locals grow, or we outsource, we take technology from outside. That's why we would like to focus on our local hardware and software developers.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gheorghe, I'm coming back to you because you mentioned the heated discussions that you had previously, and then we discussed with Mr. Mihailov at Socrates. So, starting from the ideas mentioned by the representatives of operators, because it's like when you are a student and you are trying to get your first job, you need experience. But where could you get this experience if no one gives you any chances, nobody trusts you? Do we feel any openness from the authorities, from operators? Because these technologies are created, promoted by our companies. Could they be implemented on the local market or not? Yes, of course, especially that we have the gentleman from ADD who has been implementing this for several years, and they have been successful. Now, indeed, there's openness. There are opportunities for us. There's an opportunity because we have 35 or 30%, 30,000 meters, 3% of the market. So there's openness. We just need to have this made in Moldova product, because in that discussions we were saying that indeed there are modules that have issues, but this can be 2 out of 1,000. So we need to find the suppliers, connect with them so that they have the maintenance. If we are able to produce this in Moldova, and we discuss with Alecu and Ruslan, who are more experienced, we'll be able to have maintenance, and the product will be made here, and I think everyone will be happy. Thank you. Mr. Mihailov would like to add something. In order not to have surprises along the way, if we are discussing about electricity, because whether we want it or not, I ended up in this field because I come from telecom, and this reminded me of the hierarchical structure in mobile phones, because they are very similar. For simple consumer, they know they have a meter that has some figures there. There are some components that are disconnected if there are issues, but not many people know more. But now we have a lot of communication channels, YouTube, TV shows, and children even know that we have photovoltaic systems and so on. Many things that people are trying to look at in a different way. When mobile phones appeared in Moldova, they knew that they would pay a large sum for the phone, and then they would have the subscription, but they could speak on the phone. But that people maybe would not have electricity, and the operator was a French one that invested largely. Then the signal was disturbed, and that generation of telecom is still used, but it will probably be replaced, because the mobile phone that I have now has processor that is more powerful than the computers that were in the 90s. Now in the phone you have a camera, TV, everything that you want. And if we are discussing about industrial technologies, about automatization, and we are discussing about automatics not only in energy but also in gas, we have this hazard of explosion. When we have these gas pipes, we saw that there was an explosion in Russia, and a piece of an apartment building fell down. So we need something that functions very well. And My colleague said that a small percentage could not work. Well, this should be detected when it is packaged to be sent to the user, because each company has a post-production lab. These are tested in a fridge, in an oven, depending on the bandwidth of the temperature that they should be working in. And in my experience with the railway company or Electrica, we understand that if they are not meeting some standards, the products will not be accepted by the buyer, because we have protection for vibration, protection if an electricity line, power line falls, and the equipment will work inside just like outside. And maybe there's a system saying that the temperature in the transformer is very high. If this doesn't work, it can catch fire. And we are discussing about these technologies for remote or large distance transmission of data. This could be used for parking spaces, for example. And if it shows you that there are 5 parking lots or parking spaces available, but you only have 2, you can lose some time. And if it shows you that it's 128 volts, but it actually is 268, this is very bad. And we need to understand very well that the equipment that will be used in these advanced networks will be subjected to very strict requirements. We've discussed about cybersecurity, and the State Secretary mentioned them in the presentation. We can tell you that we can see this every day. People detect where systems are, and they attack those systems. We have electoral periods and so on, and we'll need to cope with this because there's many of us. Thank you very much. And now, in the end, I would like to ask you to tell us in 2-3 words something that maybe you didn't manage to say, and tell us, are we ready or not to have remote smart meter reading in Moldova? And because you mentioned that this pilot project from UNDP covers only 3%, what is the target for 2030? What is your opinion, taking into consideration political factors and other factors that we all know very well? Mr. Recean. Yes, first of all, if you are discussing about smart metering for electricity, I think that we don't have control over this so far. This is in the future. But probably with enough funding, by 2030, we can implement 100% of smart meters for electricity. I would like to add that smart metering for water is as important as smart meters for electricity. And even when we are discussing about energy efficiency, the cost for water supply is related to electricity. Unfortunately, in Moldova, we have approximately 40–50% of losses. There are localities that have even 60% losses, and these losses are automatically related to losses in electricity. Tens of millions of lei and a lot of electricity is wasted on non-revenue water. And if we were to use smart meters for water, which could reduce significantly these losses for water, we automatically become more energy efficient. Besides, we save water, which is also a very important source for life. And coming back to the mention regarding 2016, unfortunately at that time we didn't have the product. Now we do have the product. It's a local one. We have an European certificate for it. And recently we have one project in Italy for 110,000 electricity meters, which we will deliver in the next 18 months. And I hope that our meters, I mean the water meters, will also be used in the Republic of Moldova. And I would like to add that the Ministry of Energy is a big promoter for the digitalization of electricity, and maybe you should also pay attention to water meters because you are doing a great job in this area. The monitoring of water is in the portfolio of the Ministry of Regional Development and Infrastructure, but at the level of the EU, we have the promotion of the electrification of energy, and slowly investments for gas and others will decrease. This is why investments in energy is investment for the future. Thank you for what you said, because for me this is an area that is close to my heart. We should not forget that water resources are not renewable, and we should make the most to use it wisely. Are we ready to have remote smart meter reading in the Republic of Moldova? I would like to say that we have to. And I would like to explain in terms of electricity. We are discussing about billing, practically remote reading is billing. We have the invoice, but we should not discuss about the functioning. We have had some tests in Chișinău, and the same electricity meters are measurements, real-time measurements. This means that we know what happens in different electricity hubs or nodes. And in the case of a blackout, we have been through this after the war started in Ukraine. This is very useful and can inform the timely reaction from distribution systems. So besides billing, because we are paying for what we are consuming, this is a tool for distribution operators, for transport operators, so that they can solve the issues that we are faced with. Today we have a source that we don't own, and we are counting on the European partners. I would say that we are ready, we have all the necessary tools, but we also are obliged to this because we don't have our resources. We need to know where are we buying from Ukraine, from Romania. Do we have a blackout? We have half a country without electricity. We need to know what measures to take, and we can do this by having measurements from strategic points and have a delineation. From my point of view, we are ready and we have to do this. What is the target for 2030? 100%? This is difficult to say. We should have the representative of the national agency, because we either put this as a burden for the consumer or are counting on UNDP. The question is, who is financing this? Maybe we should also ask the Germans, the Englishmen, the Italians to help us. We have an energy issue. We have the source in Ukraine, but we can't use it all the time. So we are using this to improve our situation. But this pilot project is meant to show that this is efficient. And this is meant to help us find new solutions here. Mr. Gheorghe, from your point of view, are we ready for remote reading, and what is the target for 2030? From my point of view, I think that we are ready. I don't know exactly what target to say for 2030. As Aleko said, this depends on the regulatory agency in this area, but we need products in order to be able to achieve this goal. Yes, you know, about this smart meter reading, I have to make a parallel with the business. What's important is to identify solutions that are working and to scale it. The colleagues from Red Nord have a wide experience in different pilot projects. I see that the colleagues from Premier Energy also have such pilot projects. They know how these technologies are working. What's left is to have a massive implementation of remote reading with everything related to data processing, software, and so on. And I think that by 2030, if we were to set some targets for the producers, consumers, net consumers, for household consumers, I think that we could have a figure of 60–70% that would be realistic if we put in effort. Mr. Patran, for everyone, it is clear that this is a need, it's not a trend. Everyone in Europe has started working on this and installing these meters. We, as a company that uses these benefits, we have smart remote reading for 13%. Besides the pilot that we are working on right now, this is more than a pilot project. This is a big step so that this is implemented widely in the Republic of Moldova. By 2030, the companies will need to put in a lot of operational support effort so that 100% of the meters have smart meters, because operationally we should double the number of persons that will be involved in such activities. But in terms of resources, I don't think this would be an issue to mobilize and to do this in a good way. I am the member of the team that gathers all statistics. From the experience in the last 6 months with the first batch of meters, we have reached the conclusion that using the resources of 2 operators, we can install 250,000 meters a year. Well, the producers can deliver 10 million, but we need time. There's other modernization that we need to do. By 2030, it is probably feasible, but if the national legislation aligns to the European one in time, and our colleagues have also mentioned the hope that we'll have funds. And if we are based on the EU directives and the experience of the countries that have been through this, we also have some experience because we're not like in African tribes. And if you are willing to keep up because it's not in vain that people say that laziness is standing in the way of progress. And it also depends on the support from the state. What we have so far is okay. We are incentivized, we are even cheesed to do this. Thank you for these positive final remarks. I would like to ask whether the audience has any questions, because you have had the patience to listen to us so far. Do you have any questions for the participants? If not, I would like to thank you for coming and sharing inclusively the backstage discussions, because this is part of the challenges that we need to face, and we need to change things where we are. And we hope that we will reach these targets by 2030. Thank you very much. Thank you, Veronica, for starting discussions on interesting topics and for trying to find out what is waiting for us. And thank you for staying with us. And I would like to thank the speakers who have offered internal data. And we understand that not just energy saving is one of the benefits that we will have. It's also important to be moderate in our consumption. Now, in the next hour, we will have an interactive format, and we will have a panel dedicated to the development of human resources. This will be moderated by Elena Maevski, project coordinator in ACEM. Now, Elena, you have the floor to moderate this panel. Good luck. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to see you at the end of the event. And for the first time in Moldova Electronics Forum, we decided to approach the topic that is very important, the topic of human resources. And I would like to invite the companies that will help us discuss about the most important practices to retain talents. We are discussing about a company, an international company with a subsidiary, with a facility in Brașov, Miele Tehnica. Aurelia Flora, the head of the human resources company. Hello, I hope you can hear me. Now I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Ruslan Kunup, manager of Steinel Electronic from the Republic of Moldova. And I would like to invite Madam Alina Timotin, manager in the tax department for PwC. We intended to tackle some strategic topics. I would like to know whether Madam Flora managed to connect. Yes, I can see you. Good afternoon, Madam Flora. Good afternoon. Can you hear us? Yes, thank you. I'm happy that you are here with us today. And I would like to ask you to share with us at the third edition of Moldova Electronics Forum the good practices used by Miele to retain staff in the company. Yes, hello everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Throughout the years, we have collaborated several times with the Moldova Electronic Forum and ACEM. And in my intervention, I will tell you shortly about the good practices what we have used in Brașov to attract and maintain key persons in the organization, and what we have done to attract young graduates. I will share my screen with your permission. Please let me know if you can see my presentation. Can you see the presentation? Could you confirm? No, not yet. I'll go back. Let's check again. I don't have this option activated. We need some patience. It should work. I've used this before. You will be granted access soon, but maybe you could have a short oral introduction about the activity of MEF. I have some slides, but I will tell you about this. MEF Romania has been present for 15 years. We're Miele, not Miele. This is a German company with a tradition of more than 125 years. This year we are celebrating 125 years. In Brașov, since 2009, we have developed the part on home appliances. We have the software development, and since 2020 we have hardware development. We have more than 400 employees because the figure is dynamic. There's more than 400 persons in our company, and we are happy to see diversity because besides production, we have software technology, global IT, and everything that means living in Brașov and preparing infrastructure for Australia, for other parts of the world. There's a huge potential for developing skills. So you could live in the Republic of Moldova and have your skills recognized at the international level. I haven't received the permission to share screen. Our colleagues are saying that you could try again now. This shows again that the human potential will be harnessed in all times, and that the human factor will be more important than intelligence or technologies. Just a second, I have here a colleague. It should be working, maybe not yet. Please let me know whether you can see. Just a short overview so that you can understand who you are. We've been in Brașov since 2009. We have 3 divisions, smart electronic, software technologies, and since this fall, we will have the electromechanics and the technology part. If we look back, Miele is a home appliance brand, and it is said that if you have bought a Miele product, you will not change it for 20 years. And in order to support this statement, I will show you this graph showing the number of test hours for each separate product, so that you can see that We are a sustainable product, and this means that we are not changing the appliances, and we are not using energy for this and raw materials. Regarding the strategic approaches, I have tried, and I think that I have managed to do this in Miele, to look towards the future. 2030 is in 6 years, 2050 is in 20 years. And if we know what are the directions we can prepare for the future. Probably most of us have children at home, maybe some of us already have grandchildren, and the future shows that more than 65% of the jobs of the future is not something that our children are prepared for. 90% of our employees prefer to work from wherever they want, not from wherever we say they should. 91% of the jobs are fully technologized.
When we go next, I will show you that in 2030, 2050, we will already have 6 generations of employees in the organization, and we shall not come with a the stick to work, but we think that there are people, even though if they do not use a cane to come to work, we have 60 plus aged employees. So we think about being able to integrate those age 60 and 70, but we need a lot of flexibility and dynamics. And I think that a result that might help all of us is to be open and to understand the needs of every generation, to understand, to be aware of their needs. And when I say that, I mean that a young person from the Generation Z who are very digital focused. I have 2 children at home, and one is from Alpha and the second from Z generation. And I cannot just tell them read the instruction and this to bring results. They are very different, and so everything should be done digital and on according to their understanding. And we need to be open in that sense to understand the needs of the generations and to bring them as closer to us as possible. In Brașov, we've tried to create an organizational culture, a healthy one, which encourages all the generations to work together, to listen to each other, and to be able to create an environment in which they feel good, every of them. And this will bring to a better employee retention, but also create a better customer experience. And I reiterate that the premium customer experience, because we work as a premier company, this helps a lot to be a preferred employer. Well, it comes from itself that when we work together, regardless of the dynamics of things, this is possible to be done in a common united team. And we might start from a mentor that is older to a younger person. For example, a technician might help and create a future MEF. I know maybe you have this concept, this process. We also are doing so in Romania. All the generations are valuable. So let me bring you some example when we talk about employer of choice, not employer of cash. So this is about creating a great experience, and for that we need all the ingredients. In 2021, we've conducted a survey, and this took into consideration the dynamics and the different visions of different generations. We've included 4 topics, and these topics will be brought into discussion. Were brought into discussion by our colleagues, and from that we developed the employer of choice program. The idea resulting from this was to create a different kind of office, to develop in all kinds of directions and to let them develop in all the directions they want. This made them understand that they are part of the organization and that their work has a meaning. Now let me go further and show you that, for example, when we ask our colleagues what do they want, we do not just go directly ask and then forget what they said. We had a program of 4 months in which we've approached in a structured way the idea of bringing clarity, strategy, and to bring transparency, and to understand that we can do this only together, and to understand that the future is ours only if we all contribute together. People said they want flexible workplaces, at least the young generation. If we look at the software technology perspective, our facility in Feldivara, for those who do not know the region, our facility is in a region 20 kilometers away from Brașov. And for the software technology division, it was quite hard to come to this point. In that case, we've rented workplaces in 4 campus area, and they rented some offices. They have offices to work there. So we reached the conclusion that it doesn't matter where you work from, as long as you have good results. So, moreover, once we've understood and we satisfied their needs, we become the preferred employer. Next, we mentioned about working in partnership. Yes, we have a very active partnership in everything related to education, with the academia, also with the economic sector. And during those 15 years, we've looked very well at the competencies that we, the sector, request and how this have evolved in time. It's not necessarily that the education sector will teach us how to become creative or how to manage our feelings, but I would rather say that that's the way in which we interact, the way in which we know each other, and take into account that we want to develop this in the future generation. We involve them in a lot of educational projects, and I've heard that we have here colleagues from Steinen and in Brașov. We are part of the extracurricular project Infratron, which means that children from 5th to 12th grades, we teach them together with the students from Transylvanian University to develop some robots. Infotronics means informatics, robotronics, and mechatronics. So we start teaching them from the early age to choose a faculty at university which seems appropriate for them. We have 7 active universities in partnership with Mille Romania in Suceava, Cluj, and we are very eager to support everything related to the future generation. Next, you shall know that we focus not only on students, but we focus also on teachers. We've brought them to our facility, and we've tried to let the faculties in Brașov at least to understand that there's a different dynamics in business than in university environment, and the need to to adjust to the change should be done rapidly. We cannot wait 3, 4, 5 years to have approved the specialization, but we need to work a lot and to join our forces as economic operators in order to adjust the curriculum structure to our needs. If you go even further, you can see here some pictures from different projects that we've implemented and in which we engage with children. You can see children from the 5th grade. You shall know that we do not employ children from 5th grade, but we try to engage them in projects to let them understand what's the passion for a job and how to focus to choose a technical vocation, technical career. Also, we focused on a workshop in 2020, and you shall see here a short video of 2 minutes. Please confirm that you can hear and see. I think you cannot hear the sound. I think you cannot hear the sounds. We do not, but we can see this. So what I'm trying to say is that we went to Bucharest. We've conducted this workshop with 9 teams of students from different specializations. They didn't know each other. We've chosen students from second and third years. 9 teams that work during the day, and at the end of the day, they've developed some machine toys. They made them work. It's very pleasant, that very good to see students that stay during all the day in the room without even wanting to eat or drink in order to develop this models of appliances to make them work. I know that our appliances even go to the Technical University in Chișinău to see to share this university this experience with the students from Technical University. I'm really sorry that the sound is not working. Then I will stop sharing the video right now. I will share it with Elena, and later on maybe you will share it with the audience. Now let me go further. There are a few of the programs that we have for the students and for the academia in general. And if there are companies in the room, you should know that this is not a vain in terms of investment. 90% of the employees have come from the academic activities we've done in the academia. So the most important thing is that the employee comes with the company because they had an experience and they have got familiarized with the melee world, and they come because they want to work in our world. Here we have the feel the melee spirit. We've got a few pictures which shows you how we work together. And when a person comes for the first day in our company, they have all the information at one click distance. It's very complex because it's one person in a big world. That's why it's very important to know what's the next steps. So we try to give this information. We have our family day. You can see the images here, and even though we have 60 or 40 anniversary, we try to celebrate this, to have this inclusion element, because we have a lot of labels applied saying that if you are age 45, you are not already able to be employed in a company. When we talk about how important it is to keep people close to you, in that sense, we need to let them know that they are important. We need to understand their needs, to engage with them, to involve, to let them know you care. So we have here the images of our colleagues who wanted to be with us, not because we imposed them. We are very active in our work in Brasov, and I think that it's very important when we talk about employee experience. We need to talk about the holistic experience, and this should not be only about the human resources department that employed them. It should be about every and each of us. Be with this colleague, a subordinate, or the head, the leader. Even though the person leaves the organization, we have a positive image about that person. So we need to leave a positive image about us in the organization, to let the story about that person leaving the organization. I think that this slide is very interesting, and I encourage the community in Chișinău, in the Republic of Moldova, to learn to work as a team, to solve Legos, not only Jengas. And the experience that we have in Brasov with Infotrons, with Simas, Steiner, and others, we are all competent and good on the labor market. But at the same time, we've understood that without an active involvement from all the economic operators, we cannot have the impact that we want. And so I encourage you to join your forces and to have one voice approach, single approach. And for those who want to follow us to understand what we are doing, we encourage them to follow us on social media. That was all from my side. Maybe you have questions, or maybe there are things that might be discussed now, so I am at your disposal. Thank you very much, Madam Viorel, for your very consistent, very complex presentation about the activity of the company. And when we talk about the educational activities that are promoted by MILE in Romania, we want to mention that MILE has made a donation for the Technical University from Moldova. It was a batch of 10 educational machines, appliances that will be used by the students from Technical University from Moldova to study the embedded systems. And in this sense, I want to invite here on the stage Mr. Ivana Babi, the representative of Technical University from Moldova. It's actually the dean that has managed to join us. It's Mr. Dumitru Ciorba, and I'd like to award you, to give you a donation that was prepared by MILE company for the third edition of Moldova Electronics Forum.
Thank you. We have several events, but I could not miss this event. And MILE is very well known in Chișinău. And I want it to be known not only as end products, but also as a good employer. And what we will receive in Chișinău at the Technical University of Moldova will be fully used so that we understand exactly what is requested or what is the demand for in the industry. This is very relevant for our courses and the students who will work directly with technologies. We want to have real technologies that are implemented. We continue to be open for such offers so that we try to adapt our programs and place in the labs exactly what you need. And we should have more than labs. We should understand how to adapt our subjects, the theory, so that we plant those seeds. I would like to thank everyone who made this donation possible, and to thank MILE. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. I would like to thank you, Madam Aurelia, and I have a final question for you. What is, in your opinion, like, or what will the labor market be like in 15 years from the point of view of the human resources? Will artificial intelligence take all the jobs, or will still have something left for us? Everyone is somehow scared of this AI. I would say that we should not be afraid, because we will always have other opportunities. We need to be open and to embrace change. And maybe we should think about reskilling. Some skills can be used in a different direction that could bring more value to the organization with less effort from the person. And I encourage our colleagues who are scared of the robots and were saying that they will take the jobs. And I tell them that it's better when the robot lifts that weight of 5 kilograms. The idea is to not be scared and to embrace the change. Thank you for the invitation, and I will be next to you each time. I would like to thank you, Madam Aurelia. We appreciate your availability to take part in the event. And we will continue to explore the opportunities in human resources from Steiner, which has already been active in the Republic of Moldova for more than 15 years. Mr. Ruslan Kunop, the manager of the company, please share the best practices implemented by your company in the area of human resources. I know that Pannel is also a social company. Could you give us more details on this? How are the process organized? Good afternoon. In terms of staff, I'm not sure whether we can say that we are professionals. We can say for sure that we are in the initial phase. We are learning all the time. But what we have done well, from my point of view, was the fact that we changed the way of thinking of the leadership so that we could listen to the other colleagues and together to be able to take the best decisions. And I was actually discussing with some of my colleagues about the attrition, and we could not complain, and we have nothing to brag on about this. But currently, I would say that if we had more turnover, we had more opportunities to make improvements. I know that in Steinal you have a certain number of employees that have special needs. You categorize yourself as a social company. Could you please share your experiences as it is difficult? Is it difficult to work with such persons, and how did you adapt to this? If we are discussing about persons with special needs, we could talk for 2 days. I will try to be brief. It's already a long time since we hired the first employees with special needs. Of course, at the beginning we were a bit reluctant. We didn't know how this would be, but currently we could say that it is worth doing this and that they should be treated just like other colleagues, other employees. First of all, I'm telling everyone when we're discussing about persons with special needs that this is me, because I have a big belly and I cannot bend over and tie my shoelaces. I'm also a person with special needs. In my team, we have approximately 10% persons, not persons like me, but we are discussing about persons with hearing and speaking impairments, persons with mobility impairments. And sometimes they come to the production section and you want to ask a question, and if you see that they cannot, they don't hear, this means that they cannot do this, and then you can write to them and they will understand. And I always said that the persons who cannot hear and cannot speak have a very nice smile. When they smile, they give you a lot of positive energy, and this is wonderful. We do not treat them differently in any way. They are working just like other persons, and it is going well. I know that Schneider has approximately 300 employees in the factory from the Republic of Moldova. It is quite difficult to manage such a high number of employees. And I would like to know what are your policies on the life-work balance for employees. Because we spend most of our time at work, and then some different consequences can arise. First of all, we are a family. In families, we have nice moments, unpleasant moments, but in the end, we are still a family. We try to solve all issues within the family. In order to manage conflicts better, of course, there are different methods for analysis, for personal motivation, and so on. There's a lot to discuss about our staff. Periodically, we have a survey among our employees, And there's a set of questions. There are some observations that our colleagues need to put down. And then we analyze them and try to solve all situations if possible. We even had situations, we can say that we have periodically such cases when a group of persons come with a demand. This might be related to the salaries, to the labor conditions, and we need to be open and to present shortly data and come up with solutions. First of all, we learned how to listen to the other colleagues, and I will not name them employees. What about professional development within the company? There's a lot to discuss about this also. To give you some examples, we have colleagues who have started from the position of assembler and they have become chief of departments. And there are many examples in that sense. We have trainings each year in all areas, and this is how we try to increase their qualification. And if there is a vacancy for a higher position, we'll look internally, first of all, to see whether there are any colleagues that would like to be promoted. If we don't find anyone for that position, we search outside. But I would say that 99% of the persons are promoted internally. Everyone is terrified of robotization, 4.0 industry, AI. Is there a fear of employees of being replaced with technologies among employees? Well, we are discussing about equipment that will produce equipment with the brand of Steiner. I cannot answer on behalf of the whole team, but I think there is no fear about this. Recently, we implemented a system that helps us digitalize daily activities. I haven't seen any comments or negative reactions so far. We know that after a certain age, persons are more reluctant to change, and younger persons, if there is no change, get bored. So we try to have a balance for everyone and to explain that change should be permanent, because if we don't have change, we will not progress. Thank you, Ruslan. I invite you to learn more about the activity of Steiner, because this is an example of companies that has implemented the human resources practices to retain talents in the Republic of Moldova. And talking about talents, we cannot omit the topic of salaries. This is one of the incentives offered by companies to retain employees in the Republic of Moldova. And in our association, with the support of the project Strong Communities implemented by GIS Moldova, have implemented the project on salaries and incentives in this sector. And I would like to invite Alina Timotin, manager of the tax department from PwC, to tell us about the results of the first research in the area of electronics. Thank you, Elena, for the invitation. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who participated to the study from the electronics area, and also the donors. I'm happy to be here with you, and from what I understand, my presentation is the last from today's event. This is why I think that The presentation about salaries will be like dessert at the end of the event. Could we share the presentation? This activity was indeed supported by the project Enterprises and Communes for Moldova, financed by the Ministry of Germany for Economic Cooperation and Development and by the government of Switzerland, and this was implemented by GIZ Moldova. The presentation will have two big parts. We will discuss about the macroeconomic situation, and then we'll go to the data on salaries. And when we reach that part, I think that the figures speak for themselves. I like numbers a lot, but I think everyone likes salaries, and the more figures they are in the salary, the better. What is the current economic situation? We've had a moderate increase in the GDP of 0.7%. The inflation rate has decreased significantly. This is because in the summer of 2022, the inflation, or 2023, it was very high, and now it is lower. The inflation rate is very important in 2022 when the inflation rate was so high. Some companies increased salaries not once per year but twice per year to make up for the increase in prices. We've had a 45% increase in the number of employees, and the unemployment rate was below 5%. The unemployment rate has increased in the last 2 years, but this is one of the lowest rates in the region. This is something that we are proud of, but I don't think this is the actual rate, because there are many people that are not working and are not registered as unemployed. What is the ranking of Moldova? How does it look like in the area from the point of the e-government, of technologization, of the speed of the internet? I would like to say that this is a very good position because we are below, beyond the average. We have had 132 iterations, and we are on the 60th place, for example, in the innovation index. If you are discussing about the speed of the internet, we are one of the leaders on the 40th place. Although there were slight changes, fluctuations, and Moldova decreased a bit. Regarding the offer from each employer, this impacts the living expenses. And we made an analysis to see what are the living expenses in Moldova. Lately, they have increased quite a lot, and the rent for a one-room apartment is approximately 400 euros. The utilities are approximately 200 euros. So this is also not for a big flat. If we were to go out to a restaurant for dinner or lunch, you would have to spend approximately 30 euros per person. The transportation costs 6 lei per each ticket. This goes up to 4,000 lei per month. This is for rent. And we approximated 600 euros approximately for each person. If we look beyond the costs to what the Republic of Moldova is offering, because beyond the costs that are registered for individuals, there are also opportunities, especially for those who want to invest here, for the companies who want to operate here. it is important to mention the IT park with the single tax level. The local taxes, the income tax for enterprises, the free economic zones, the industrial parks that offer support to obtain authorizations, support for infrastructure development, for purchasing land, for construction at a capped price. So all these facilities which are tax-related or related to other aspects, they attract investors to the Republic of Moldova. Now we are drawing back closer to the electronics sector because the study was focused on this. In the PEOL study that has been carried out for more than 10 years, we used to cover more industry, but this year we are happy to say that the study expanded to electronics, and 11 companies took part in it. Some were very large, some smaller. Many were from production area, but also service providers. We included part of their activities in this slide, inclusively repair works, trade and production, electronic equipment, computers, automotive. And before getting to our study, we tried to have a broader analysis to encompass a larger share of the market, and we selected 28 companies. We extracted the balance sheets from the National Bureau of Statistics because they have data for each year. The latest data is for 2022. And these 28 companies had approximately 12,000 companies. After analyzing the data for these companies, we understood that the average salaries are between 6,360 and 33,000 lei. And we wanted to see how much profit this brings. Indeed, there is a range from losses of approximately 2 million, and the companies that come to this market don't have profits from the beginning. Initially, maybe the activity is not very profitable, but in time, after developing certain tools, after hiring more persons, they start earning profits. And this can be very high. We have seen companies with 330 million lei. If we divide this to the number of employees, we saw that these companies could have an employee that has 20,000 euros per year in profits. Of course, there are companies that have higher incomes. What is the profile of the workforce? In 2023-2024, we have 21 higher educational institutions where we have more than 56,000 students enrolled. Approximately 14,000 students graduated, and the structure of the students is okay from the point of view of the gender equality. We have men and women, and if we are looking at the areas in interest, many were involved in economics, law, administration, but there are also students that prefer IT, engineering, architecture, construction. And if we were to add up the numbers for IT and engineering, we can reach 20% of the total number of students.
While conducting this study, we understood that the electronics sector does not look for students who only have graduated from higher education institutions, technical education. They look for people graduating from colleges or centers of excellence, those who are taught actually have learned, and they learn the skills, and that's something extraordinary. Now we get to the interesting part, which is my favorite part, and that's about the salary. And I believe most of you like this. Most of you take it as a sensitive part, but also quite attractive to understand what's the salary market in Europe. The 11 companies from the electronics sector registered incomes, because we say that the income structure is balanced. We have companies that go beyond 11 millions, or 27 have incomes under 10 million. If you look at the structure of the staff, that's also balanced, because 18% of the companies 80% of companies have a smaller number of staff, but are under 10 people. But there are also companies that have more than 100, up to 500 people. And there are also companies that have just one person staff. When we look at investments, again, we have different landscapes. So some companies have investments from Germany, France, Italy, Switzerland. Other companies might have a mixed structure of investments. But there are also local investments, companies that work with investments from Moldova. Most companies have their headquarters, their office in Chișinău, but we have also companies that are in Bălți, Comrat, Strășeni, and I tend to believe that Bălți is in a free economic zone. Well, the place of activity is influenced by some fiscal facilities or some more benefiting regimes which are provided by Moldova. And we finally reached the part related to the figures. I've tried not to put all the information, all the figures on a slide, so I've classified this on 4 departments. We start with administrative staff salary on average, based on the data collected from the electronic sector companies, and an HR person would have a salary of 18,017. And I've rounded a little bit the figures, and an HR manager, the one who works on attracting talent, have a salary of 29,700, and it's slightly higher. And there is an IT manager that has internal staff. It's because for the IT service providers, its situation is different. A simple accountant has an average salary of 16,700 lei per month. We next go to the production department. An operator, on average, has a salary of almost 10,000 lei. A team lead in the production sector basically has a double salary compared to the operator, has 19,400, and manager doubles the salary of the team leader. Obviously, this is a strict correlation with the task that this position have and with the competencies they should have. In terms of electronic engineering, an engineer has a salary of 23,000, and the technician, the maintenance inspector, has a salary of around 19,100. We next go to the logistics side. Warehouse specialist, warehouse officer, start from a salary of 12,800, and the warehouse manager, supply chain manager, have close salaries 29,000 or 30,600. And in terms of quality control, quality assurance, the specialist has 11,000 lei, and the quality assurance manager or engineer has 32,000 and more. Well, we've tried to compare the data with the previous country because we have just one study. Because PricewaterhouseCoopers, they conducted the same study in Romania, and some positions were also measured in Romania. We start with the IT sector, and indeed IT sector is one of the best paid sectors. On average, the salary in the IT sector is 40,000 lei. We can see here several figures. This is the gross salary in the IT park. The gross and net salary are equal due to the most favorable conditions. So what we can see here, actually, the difference between Moldova and Romania, for example, for a developer is double, or difference is double. For a programmer or engineer is 60% higher in Romania, but the Romanian employers would incur higher costs to employ such a specialist. And for the full stack developer, front end and back end, I think the salary is 30% higher in Romania. We've talked about Romania, but we failed to mention actually the salary taxes in Romania to understand that difference between gross and net salaries. We need to understand the fiscal burden from the point of view of a salary for an employer in Romania and in Moldova. And if we are to add all these taxes, we have basically the same amount. But the idea is that the social contributions are paid by the company and not by the employee. That's why companies or employees in Romania, when they are employed, they ask to understand what's the net salary, because the taxes are actually about half of the salary they receive. We've mentioned the salary cost for the production department, but along with the other payments, the taxes, we've included the social contributions. So we want to understand what are the difference between Romania and Moldova. There are situations when in Romania and Moldova the costs for investors are double. For example, for the production manager, there are also lower discrepancies, but quite significant. 30%, it's not such a small difference. In some cases, we have, for example, 60% for the production team leader, because in Moldova we have 24,000, in Romania 39,200. All the salary costs, including the taxes. Alongside with the cash benefits, the employees want to have some facilities, some benefits, and we talk about non-cash benefits. Even exactly in 2024, the fiscal code was amended, and several benefits were included related to benefiting favorable fiscal treatment, which allowed the employers to extend the range of benefits. Child care services, sport cards or vouchers, but it's in a limited amount, but still that's an opportunity for the employers. The company in the electronics sector provide a wide range of services, starting from tea, coffee, which is provided in the office, mobile communication services. Different events are organized, and we've noticed that's a benefit that favors a lot the employees, especially after the pandemic, because they want the staff to be more unified. They give the possibility for the employees to come and to leave the office to come to the office and leave the office at what hour they want, not to have a strict schedule. Transport costs covered, study a foreign language, or work from home, but the electronic sector does not always include this possibility, because there are some areas where the employee cannot basically work from home. They need to come to the office. What different their benefits on different occasions, anniversary, wedding, and so on and so forth. The average employee per year of salary per year is the average of the benefits per employee per year is almost 3,900 per year. Next, we've tried to bring an analysis of salaries according to the salaries. What we see on the screen now, it's not characteristic for the entire industry, but at least the positions that we've analyzed mention that we have 2/3 women and 1/3 men, and the discrepancy in the wages is basically double. And this difference is not per every position, it's a general discrepancy. And if we get the data for 250 operators, if we have 200 women and 50 men, it's clear that when we do the average per the entire population, the wages of women will be lower because the men, hierarchically, from managerial point of view, have higher positions. We have more men in managerial positions. What's the estimated increase of the wages, salaries for 2024? Basically, this 10.3% was reported by all the participants that we've had in the last period. We've had more than 72 companies plus 8 companies from NGO at the beginning of the 2024, and we had the rest of the companies from the electronic sector. This forecast is not necessarily to match the reality. For example, in 2022, we had an increase in the salaries of almost 11% forecasted, but actually the companies developed by 14%. The salaries in the companies were increased more than the companies proposed, estimated, or intended to, but now we had the higher inflation and lower inflation, and the salaries are different, are higher. So the situation is coming to a good situation. So 45% of the electronic sector plan to increase the salary for specialists in 2024. 36% of specialists said that they offer possibility to work from home, and 55% participants from the electronic sector are looking to recruit blue-collar and skilled professionals, meaning that they don't have to have skills from the beginning. They do not need from the beginning trained people with higher education, master's degree. There are indeed eligible candidates from colleges that would cope very well. We've spoken previously about the turnover situation which characterizes all or most of the industries. Yes, there's a high turnover of staff. For this sector, the employment rate is 51%, and the average termination rate is 36%. What's good? Yes, we see that there's a difference between the rate of employment rate of termination. This difference about 20 or 50%. It means that the employment is higher than the living rate. And I'll conclude by mentioning the pros, the attractiveness of the sector, and I'll mention the legislative framework in Moldova. First of all, we have some operational costs that are very attractive, and I've said that, and I've seen also about the salaries. The IT paradox is that the gross amount in IT in Romania is higher, but if we go from gross to net, in Moldova the net amount is higher than in Romania. And we have different fiscal facilities and other facilities like IT parks, free economic zones, industrial zones. We also have a strategic geographical position on the close to the European market. We have the support of the government, of the authorities, that was mentioned also today. They are looking for different tools to attract investments in Moldova. We have the labor force that has quite an extended capacity, and we have also talents here because indeed people are special. And we also have the fiscal framework that is meant to ensure the well-being of the employees, and we can go back here to the fiscal benefits for 2024. In the end, I'll say that behind behind the company, there's not necessarily one person, there's a whole team. And based on all the discussions that were held today, I understood that there are some special teams that are meant to ensure the progress and the success of the electronic sector. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alina, for the presentation, this interactive presentation, and the general overview of the electronics industry. We are coming to the end of our panel, and I'd like to kindly ask our both participants to come with some suggestions for the future generation. I'd like Mr. Kunub to express a suggestion from the perspective of the company, and Alina to express a suggestion from the perspective of integrating mainstream talents in the labor market. Is it worth it or not to become part of the electronic sector in Moldova? Maybe we'll start with Alina. I think, yes, it's worth it. First of all, my advice is that the potential employees should follow the labor market trends to embark on something, to embrace something, even the AI, artificial intelligence, because I believe the artificial intelligence will not steal the jobs, but together with the people will help the electronic sector develop. So I'm very positive in this regard. I really believe that the electronic sector has a high potential of development, and companies have a lot of opportunities to develop here in Moldova. Well, we as a company, we are involved, first of all, in the dual education system, and in that sense, we cooperate both with vocational schools and with colleges and even universities. Therefore, I tend to believe, or I hope, that more and more students or future employees will choose this sector. And if I recall moments in time when I was student in university, few students used to choose the electronic sector. But now when I discuss with people from university, I see that there's a high number of students compared to 10 or 15 years ago. This is why I think that's the future. This is something interesting, and in my opinion, electronics is interesting that because it's tangible. We can touch it. The IT and the other elements are not so tangible. Thank you very much for your answers, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you have some questions, some additional questions for our participants. Well, if not, then I want to thank you very much for your time. I really hope that this panel was interesting for you. I wish you good luck in your professional activity, and please try to and encourage you to keep the talents at home to promote their performance locally, and why not internationally. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elena, dear colleagues. Thank you for bringing into discussion this permanently sensitive topic related to human resources, teams, and development of talents. I want to tell you that we have come to the end of the first day of our third edition of Moldova Electronics Forum, and I really want to thank you for your presence, patience, resistance, and good attitude. But do not forget that we are waiting for you tomorrow in the first edition of Moldova Embedded Conference, again here at Techville, starting from 9 o'clock in the morning. Please keep in mind that success is our only single option. Good luck. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a nice day.
Fiecare conectare aduce noi oportunități. Electronica este inima tehnologiei, pulsul schimbărilor din viața noastră. Mai mult de 210 companii din industria electronică din Republica Moldova dezvoltă elemente hardware și software, creează sisteme incorporate, proiectează și produc componente și dispozitive electronice, stăpânesc producția de electronică și microelectronică, nanosenzori, cât și alte tehnologii inovatoare. 6 instituții de învățământ din țară instruiesc astăzi specialiști, tehnicieni, ingineri și cercetători în domeniul electronicii care mâine vor schimba lumea. Electronica. Creăm împreună viitorul.